all of our systems. We've been creating in our schools the necessary technology that our children can learn how to use technology, that they'll be competent in a new environment, the introduction of things like AI. You also know that we have been doing via MIST, our Ministry of Innovation, Science and Technology, we are trying to work towards creating data-driven decisions by making sure that we not only collect data, but we use the analysis to inform how can we improve our systems. And UDC and RDC will benefit from that type of analysis to be able to help them to be able to better plan for Barbados, both rural and urban. In addition to that, what we also do is look at how we can improve our collaboration and coordination. And one of the things that this government has put in place is the establishment, one, of the senior ministers, and assign a set of ministries that are to work together instead of working in silos, that they work at an interministerial level to deliver better service to the people of Barbados. And that is part of what we've done. Another element that forms a part of our deconstruct, reconstruct to build a better and more modern Barbados is the creation of public-private sector partnerships, such as what you would have seen in the TAP program. These are things that allow us to get people, the ordinary citizen, participating in whatever activity is going, so that they become part of the people who experience the prosperity of change. And UDC and RDC have been one of the forerunners of that type of initiative in Barbados. Under Owen Seymour Arthur, the two entities were challenged to do a number of things. Yes, they needed to improve the rural and urban roads. They needed to improve housing for poor people, etc. But one of the things that they were able to do was to be a living example of private-public partnership, where we were able to bring a lot of small contractors in and give them the opportunity to repair homes, build new homes. Some even got a little job in doing the road building, the small contractors that had the road building capabilities. And therefore, we were able to start a process of empowerment all the way back from when we first came to government in the Arthur administration back in 1994, 1995. And these two entities have done so well in ensuring that we embrace small businesses and small contractors to be a part of the prosperity and be a part of the solutions which we are offering to Barbadians. So for example, with UDC, they were able, for example, in the Fairchild Street redevelopment project, there were 62 work contractors who got work in that project. 28 who supplied materials, 18 who provided services, and 5 multidisciplinary consultancy firms were used to be able to manage the project. This is empowerment of small people in their own country to be a part of the development and the prosperity and the growth of the nation. And with the Baxter's Road project, as was mentioned by the Honourable Member for Christchurch West, 5 contractors, 3 service providers were able to be a part of that program. But across the broad spectrum of Barbados, close to 105 contractors every year, small contractors, get the opportunity to work between UDC and RDC to be able to provide services. And this is important. This is how our small businesses grow. I know that as a member of the RDC board, and also when I had the privilege of being the president of the Small Business Association, I remember that we had a relationship with RDC, and they secured the services of the Small Business Association to provide entrepreneurship training for small businesses. Barbados had just come out of the crisis under the Dems, under the Honourable Mr. Erskine Sandiford. We'd just come out of that crisis. And it was absolutely necessary because of the high unemployment to be able to create jobs. And I remember one of the promises that we made was that 30,000 jobs would be created. Now, at the time, many people didn't know how the Honourable Member for St. Peter at that time was going to create 30,000 jobs. But how was it done? RDC and UDC was part of that strategy and that entrepreneurship program. That relationship, that public-private partnership between the SBA and the government of Barbados allowed us to be able to train more than 1,000 entrepreneurs in all elements of business endeavor. And that came at a propitious time because so many people had been laid off during that crisis that we had under the Dems in the 1991-1994 period. A lot of people who thought that their jobs were safe, they were working in government, they were working in a good job, and then suddenly found themselves without work. Then found that they had to turn to entrepreneurship, turn to their skills. But an interesting phenomena came out of that period. The Barbadians had the tendency that as soon as the economy got better, they ran back to their jobs and forgot the entrepreneurship that they were in. But during that period of crisis, we saw a new thing happening, and the entrepreneurship training was part of why they did not turn back. Many people stayed with their entrepreneurial activity, and that led to the growth of close to 10,000 small businesses in this country as Barbadians gained the confidence, took the risk, and got out there and started to do what they needed to do, follow their dreams, and realize that, look, nowhere is safe, so I might as well follow my dreams. And we had the privilege at the SBA to be a part of that program. That is how important using public-private partnerships as part of your transformation process of deconstruct and reconstruct. And this was the role that RDC was able to play so powerfully at that time. The other two areas that are necessary when you are seeking to deconstruct and reconstruct and positioning the country for greater efficiency, as we're doing with RDC and UDC, is to have the necessary performance metrics and accountability. You can change anything you want to change. You can put in whatever technology you want to put in. If you don't hold people accountable to perform, it will put all of your labor in Maxwell Pond. And this is why the PRDS program was started. This is why we are looking at mission transformation. And this is why within the UDC-RDC partnership, one of the things that is going to be critical if they're going to deliver for the country is that we ensure that people perform, ensure that people get the training, and that we hold them accountable to be able to produce at the level that they need to produce to ensure that we achieve our objectives of a better life for all of our people. Now, sir, why is it that we've had need for this? This is because we are going through a period of great uncertainty and major changes taking place across the world. And a number of countries, in recognizing this, have been very proactive in putting in place in their own countries these types of reforms that we're undertaking with UDC and RDC to ensure that they properly position their countries to be able to manage that wave of change and position themselves in a new global environment. So places like the UAE would have put together something called the Dubai Now app, where you have 130 government services on an app that the citizen no longer has to go and stand up in a line. That is change, that is efficiency, that is service. In South Korea, they have Government 3.0. This is where they have open data. This is where they encourage citizen participation. This is where they work on transparency, where people can see what the government is doing, why it is doing it, and being able to give an account. Just now we are going to have the estimates, and some of us are going to be in the well. We are coming to the well to be able to share in a way that people understand what we have been doing with their money and their resources, holding us accountable. Singapore has also been in the forefront of making a number of changes with their smart city technology and digital government services. So what we are attempting to do here today in bringing UDC and RDC together is the beginning of a journey for them to be part of this revolution which we are creating here in Barbados. And what is the deep reason why we needed to do it? Was it a whim? No. Apart from the changes in the international system, we also had resource constraints that made it necessary for us to find new ways to do things to be able to save costs. We also had higher public expectations. The public now expects more from their government. They expect more from their taxpayer dollars. And so they are looking for improved delivery. You only have to listen to brass tacks day after day to hear people raising the issues, whether the issues are with the port, whether the issues are with health, whether the issues, whatever they are, people bring those and raise them because they're saying, we want better delivery of service. And this government is committed to improving our delivery of service, and hence our merger for UDC and RDC. Now, the uncertain times which we are facing, when we came to government, we were anticipating that we would just have to deal with the debt crisis that Barbados had. We were anticipating that the economic downturn that was created by the poor management of the Democratic Labour Party was going to be our major issue. And as in true Barbados Labour Party form, we never come to government without a plan. When we are in opposition, we are hammering out a plan. We come in knowing what we have to do, when we have to do it, and how we have to do it. And we came with that. And sir, we hit the ground running, addressing the problem that was in front of us. But as we were beginning to deal with the issue and come out of the issue, everybody knows that we then found ourselves with the COVID crisis that then threw the whole world into a tailspin. We know that before we could recover from that, we had the supply chain management problems that led to the increased global prices, etc. Then we had ash, we had storms, etc. Barbados has faced a series of challenges. Sir, we were looking forward to 2025 being a time of being able to hold a steady course and continue our upward trajectory. And sir, with one election, the globe went into a major upheaval that we now have to prepare ourselves for. And sir, when you have these uncertain times, and this is the main point I want to get home to us as Barbadians and to the good people who work in UDC and RDC and every government entity. We have to understand the national strategy, and everybody has to get behind it. Our responsibility is to explain it in ways that people understand why they need to change what they are doing, manage their expectations. I'll give you an example of why it is important and how it helps for a country when it's going through challenging times to have everybody together of one mind working in common cause. Back in biblical days, we all studied the life of Joseph, what he went through, that ended it up with him being in Egypt and falling into prison. But in prison, his ability to interpret dreams was recognized. And so he was brought out of prison to interpret a dream of the Pharaoh. And Joseph gave the interpretation of the dream. The dream was that there'll be 7 years of plenty and there'll be 7 years of lean. That the world was going to go through a crisis and that a strategy had to be devised to save the world from this climate crisis. Sounds familiar? Joseph was then able to persuade the head of Egypt that we need to put a strategy in place. The Pharaoh, thank you. He was leader. And Egypt, I always ask myself why Egypt was chosen. But it was because Egypt had capacity. It was a center of learning. They had leadership capability. They had that knowledge that was there, because what was going to be needed was an entire program to be able to not only save Egypt, but save the world, given these 7 years of plenty and 7 years of lean. It meant that they had to look at what they were going to do in agriculture and get the whole agricultural sector to move together. It meant they had to develop public and private partnerships, because now you had to start constructing the barns that were going to hold all this excess grain. You had to develop a transport system to bring in the grain. You had to pay the farmers for the grain that they brought. You had to create an efficient system for the management of that grain. And then, in terms of the distribution, you needed integrity and transparency to manage the efficient distribution of that grain. But what did that require of the Egyptians? It required everybody to understand that during the time of plenty, we were not to squander. That we had to put aside excess, we had to save. Everybody had to get on board with the plan. It meant in the time of lean that that was not the time for businesses to try to profit off of the need of people, but rather to try to maintain the prices at a reasonable level that everybody could eat. It meant that the public sector, their performance was paramount for helping to manage this program over that 14-year period. And the citizens had to be prepared to stay the course. And they must not allow themselves to be overcome by greed and fear and hoarding and profit gouging, but rather understand that we're all in this together if we're going to get out and manage efficiently 7 years of plenty and 7 years of lean. And that's the lesson that is before us now, Mr. Speaker. This is what we are doing. We are now faced with a situation where we have to operate in an environment that is changing as we speak. Even today, as we are discussing this matter, there's a big forum in Paris on artificial intelligence that is going to change forever how we live, how we work, how we do things. Barbados has to look at how it is going to prepare its citizens to understand it, to engage it. We have to prepare our enterprises to understand how to incorporate it so that we are part of what is happening on that world stage. Otherwise, our economy is going to be left behind. And this is why this is so important. And so, what does a government do in order to ensure that we position our people to be able to move forward and to be able to position them to be able to work through the renewed RUDC to be able to take Barbados forward? Sir, earlier one of my colleagues, the Honourable Member for Christchurch West, shared about what we put aside for the transformation of the urban and rural corridors of Barbados. And he made the comparison between what we offered and what the Dems offer. And this is important, sir, because in this chamber, we hear a lot of pretty words from the Honourable Member for Christchurch South. And there's a talk about the poor black man, the poor small man. And anyone listening would think that in the heart of the Democratic Labour Party, there beats a heart that seeks to put poor people first. But sir, of recent years, it's never gone beyond the issue of language, the issue of talk. And it was pointed out to us here in the chamber that in prior years, we would give significant sums of $10 million to the UDC, RDC, to ensure that they had the resources that they could make changes in people's lives. And it was cross-compared that during the period of the Dems, they would only give $5 million, but yet talking about what we gave to fishermen, which was $7 million. And the $7 million was what they got in their hand. It was nothing to do with the millions of dollars that were invested in causing the fish markets to be improved and the monies that we are spending on improving catches, etc. Over $100 million has been invested in that sector to allow our fishermen to earn more. What we are doing here now is we are seeking to create for Barbadians, through our efforts with RDC and UDC, bringing them together to increase their efficiency in reaching out and helping the average Barbadian. I was distressed when the former member who represented St. Peter, the Honourable Owen Seymour Arthur, had introduced the urban initiative where we would purchase land and the person could pay $250 and the Barbados government would pay the remaining $8. And the Dems cut that off at its knees. I am raising this because I have in the constituency of St. James South dozens of families in a village called Durance Village there in Holders Hill, who were people who believed and trusted their government. And just as we were coming out of office and made the offer to them, many of them took up their savings and went in and paid their money so that they could at last own their home. 10 years of the Dems, no provision whatsoever to allow those people to earn the opportunity to own a piece of land. That was nothing to what they did to the ones in the housing estates who put their money in and then did not want to give them back after they said they would give people the thing free and left government without giving people those houses. Very few of them ever had legal title to that house. But back in Durance, I have got dozens of families who have paid and as yet cannot own that piece of land. And I have walked there with the Prime Minister. I've walked there with the Honourable representative for Christchurch West when he was the Minister of Housing, to talk with the people. And I have to bless the Urban Development Commission. After hearing the plight of those families, because they said to me, we are getting older. We could die and not see this transaction completed. What would be our legal position should something like that happen? Would my offspring be entitled to get it? Who will protect their interests? And so they have begged us to try to advance this process of them owning their own piece of land. And I have to commend the Urban Development Commission. They came down, they went to every house, they interviewed everyone, they did the assessments, they worked out all of the plots that were there and examined what needed to be done. And what they did was they created a plan and submitted it to the ministry in order to provide an opportunity for the good people of Durance Village to be like other Barbadians in this country, to own a piece of the rock. That's the type of work that we need them to do. This is how they help to empower Barbadians, not just the contractors who get work, but the householders who own homes. This is what is important. And I was very pleased to hear the report of the Honourable Member for Christchurch West saying that we have commenced again this process of empowerment. I am looking forward, Honourable Member, to you reaching Durance Village to help the good people of Durance Village to be able to get a hold of a piece of this rock before many of them die. Now, sir, I want to end with this commendation and admonition to the people of Barbados. I know that change is uncomfortable. I know that everything is not perfect in our country, but I want the citizens of Barbados to understand that change will create some level of disruption. Change will often require patience. To get from point A to point Z can take time. And one of the things that we need is for people to understand, if we quicken the pace of change, then you will have to increase either your borrowings or increase your taxation. If you don't want the government to borrow or to slow down on borrowing, then you have to be more patient in waiting for things to get done, whether it's housing, whether it's roads, whether it's the hospital, regardless of what it is. We can't have it both ways. We can't have good roads, quick housing, good hospitals, and at the same time not borrow. Because if you don't borrow, you have to tax. And we know that they're already burdened in relation to the cost of living. So adding more tax on that would not be a good thing for their quality of life. So I ask of them to understand the strategy that is being put on the ground. We have opted to do two things. Can we position the economy to increase productivity so that we get more earnings, that we can pay back our loans and continue to pay our bills? And the only way to increase productivity is if every man jack in this country gets up on a morning and gets out to work and works with all of their heart. That is what a whole of country approach requires. It's not about complaining. That when we're talking about holding a government accountable, we have to hold ourselves accountable too. Are we playing our part? It is absolutely vital that our people understand we are not babies, we are not children. We have to take responsibility for our country. There is nobody in this world who is coming to rescue us if we don't get this right. And that is why it is important for every single citizen to pay attention to the news. Too many citizens do not listen to the news. They do not read the papers, and therefore they do not keep pace with what is happening. And it makes them easy prey for manipulators who want to come and pollute the environment with lies and fake news and misconceptions. And they get fooled listening to rhetoric and fantasies that cannot possibly make any kind of sense. So I'm urging Barbadians, you owe it to yourself to seek to understand what is happening at this point in time. The second thing I want to urge Barbadians to do, change is not comfortable. I said that before. Because while we want things outside of us to change, to get there, it means that we have to change behaviors, we have to change habits, we have to change expectations, and this is where the discomfort comes. If we are going to ensure that Barbados transitions on this journey where we're trying to manage our own 7 years of lean and 7 years of plenty, if we're going to manage that crisis, that challenge, it is absolutely necessary that each Barbadian looks at what they are doing as a Barbadian and change the habits that are retarding the country from its growth. Sir, absenteeism is a big problem in this country. Absenteeism, slightest thing. People stay home, don't come work. And presenteeism is even worse. Come to work and don't do anything, sir. It is absolutely necessary that we start to improve the quality of leadership that we have in both the public and private sectors, and it is important that we improve the level of productivity in both the public and private sectors. It is absolutely necessary. I went on a website to check what is the ratio between the input of capital and the output of labor, and where we were in the table. Barbados was not even in the first 50 countries for its productivity. What does that mean? It means that when a small business person invests money in a business and he hires someone to come and work with him, he secures services to help him do his business, that the rate and pace at which we were and the quality of work that we output, it fails to allow him to meet the standards and create the customer satisfaction, and therefore affects his capacity to be able to produce the profit that he is expecting from the money that he saved and invested or borrowed. And we are constantly destroying the opportunity of creating profit by how we behave as Barbadians. And I want to urge Barbadians, let us work. Let us stop littering. Let us stop mashing up the buses and the schools. Let us stop destroying public infrastructure. Let us clean around ourselves. If we can begin to do that, then we will be supporting the strategy that we are putting in place to move Barbados to a higher place, because the government would not have to double back to spend more money on those things. We could use those funds now to take us a step further down the road. I want to urge every Barbadian, get on board, stay the course, let us manage our situation, and let us move this nation forward for the benefit of ourselves and our children. I'm obliged to you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for St. Thomas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I wish to add my contribution to this debate, sir, and to indicate how proud I am to be a member of this honourable chamber and, of course, the Barbados Labour Party, because this is now the continuation of a project that was started way back in the 1970s, early 1980s, to be able to look after the needs of people in rural and urban Barbados, particularly those who were impoverished. And the focus would have been on, first, housing. I had the privilege, sir, to be living in a constituency in the center of the island that was at that time headed by none other than our late Prime Minister and the Honourable Member for St. Thomas. And as a young girl, and those are some of the things that caused me to gravitate towards the Labour Party in this way. As a young girl, I witnessed many houses in the neighborhoods in the environs of St. Thomas and other parishes being upgraded. As far as I recall, the focus was on senior citizens. And you know, Mr. Speaker, sir, in those rural communities, a lot of people did not have land of their own, number one. But they had their little gable roof houses with a little shed roof and so. And when I learned of that project, I felt so proud to see the transformation of the housing of those seniors in particular, because at the end of the day, those seniors would have been the breadwinners. And those persons who worked so hard in Barbados over many, many decades in the sugar industry, in people's houses on plantations and all that. And of course, Mr. Speaker, sir, they had many children as compared with now, we're only having few children being born to carry this population forward. However, I felt very proud to know that they did not only repair the houses, but they added on waterborne toilets, facilities, in order for the seniors to be able to go out if there were callings at night. They would not have to go out in the rain and in the cold wind, as I will refer, sir, because St. Thomas would have had a lot of rain, as is the custom, as well as those old people who were suffering, those seniors. And of course, the whole mantra was making sure that we have a better life for our people, especially the most vulnerable. And that trend continued under the Barbados Labour Party. And when the late Honourable Member for St. Peter became the Prime Minister, he continued to focus on that trend, ensuring that those who were impoverished, those who suffered for whatever reason and their homes could not be prepared in a manner that they could be able to rest in peace, knowing that when the rain falls, as it does in the constituency, Thomas, every day, that they wouldn't be getting wet, that they wouldn't have to be shifting the old bed, that they wouldn't have to be in the kitchen cooking and water dropping. And there were so many challenges because of the situation at that time. And so, Mr. Speaker, I am proud to know that that trend with the urban and rural development has continued to be able to reach all those persons in Barbados who are impoverished. And it's not only the center of the island, but indeed that whole practice and that whole policy, I should say, extended across the length and breadth of this country, making sure that the officers in the Ministry of Housing and Lands go around and check to make sure that these people met the criteria, number one. And of course, for those individuals whom you could write in and say, please let your officers check Mary Jane and Peter Louis and whichever name it was, so that and those officers from the rural and urban development were on the ground from then till now, seeking to assist the impoverished, those who cannot help themselves, particularly the aged, single women with children, the disabled, and others in this society. And I think there's a trend that should continue, because the Bible talks about us having the poor with us all the time, and we understand that to a point. However, there are so many people who have needs for shelter, repairs to the house, the facilities and so on, but because of their privacy, they don't like everybody else to know what is going on in their households. And therefore, the investigations by the officers on the ground help them to be able to collect their information and to identify those who were in need and truly in need. Now, I have had a difficulty, Mr. Speaker, because I want to continue where the Honourable Member for St. George South spoke this morning, when he focused on that IDB loan of $30 million US, which amounted to $60 million at the time, and it was specially designed for communities that needed upgrades. The Garden Land, Allen View, Cat's Castle, Greenfield. Those are communities where the spaces where houses were, particularly the ones in urban Barbados, the spaces were so limited, but the housing needed upgrading. And I know that we had a community in Barbados, we used to call it Rotten Town, where nearly every house needed upgrades, but because there were so many poor people who owned them, or they were squatting on them, they could not upgrade their houses on their own. And therefore, the government, with a government that is responsible, stepped in to ensure that the better quality of life reached those people and give them opportunities for their children and their families to improve. Now, that $60 million Barbados dollars from the $30 million that it was then, that project was conceived by the Honourable Members, for the city and the Honourable Member for St. James South at that time. Both were ministers, or distinguished Dame Billy, if you will allow me to call her name, and the Honourable Minister Thompson at that time, who is now in the Honourable Senate. And those two ladies came up with that vision because they too had the sympathy, the empathy, the concern in their hearts for these persons who were living in such substandard situations. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, and it pains my heart more than anybody else's at this time, because, see, people seem to think that St. Thomas needs to be left out of nearly everything. Fortunately, the project was designed, including Allen View. It was the only rural community. And Allen View became the environmental protection zone with Harrison's Cave there. And you will recall, sir, perhaps, where one lady lived in the village and she was wearing pigs. And then the water that washed down into the Harrison's Cave discolored the stalagmites and the stalactites to a point. And that lady was relocated to St. Lucie. However, other hundreds of people live in Allen View. It is not the forgotten village, because the people in there are extremely cohesive in whatever they do, because they are particularly families. So one set of family here, and the children are living over there, and so. But to this day, you know, Mr. Speaker, that project came to fruition when the government changed in 2008. To this day, Mr. Speaker, the $5 million that were to be allocated to Allen View to upgrade it with the sewering and all that to stop whatever refuge, whatever would have been effluent, would have been penetrating the cave, which is the most wonderful place you could ever want in the world for us, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, no money was spent in Allen View. No sewering took place. To this day, Mr. Speaker, the folk of Allen View cannot expand their houses. There are about 10 households with no water, no running water. Every time they apply to water authority, they're told it is the environmental protection zone, so we cannot give you water. Can you imagine, Mr. Speaker, a parish that the rain falls every day? People in Allen View have to rely on the neighbor to get water from them because they had their water installed before that project came up. To this day, the same thing is happening. I can talk from now till the cows come home. Call water authority and they give me the same story. If that project as was perceived had been implemented, Mr. Speaker, the folk of Allen View would be living a better life. But you know what? The Honourable Member for the Ministry of Housing has indicated, Minister of the Ministry of Housing, has indicated to me, yes, the plan for the houses at 40 acre, there are 12 house spots. Those who are in Allen View are to be relocated, and it's just as good an environment and close enough. They will get those spots for free. They can walk up the road and see their families. They can go to meet them, whatever. But the point I'm making is Allen View still has not got the services. As a result of that, 30 million US dollars, when converted, would have become 60 million Barbados dollars, and 31.7, I think it was, million dollars were repatriated to the IDB. When that money could have been spent, but you know what was spent, Mr. Speaker? Property, and I love people of Barbados. I don't make distinctions because I love human beings. But you know where the money was spent? By the Democratic Labour Party as the government then. And the minister, who was the minister for the city, the MP for the city, he went to his households and he told them, you all want your house start repaired? I have a project, and people got through. And I'm not complaining about that because the people in the city are people too, and Barbadians. But the point I'm making, the money was redirected from the focus. And now my people in Allen View are still suffering, are in that environmental protection zone, which means sections of Bryans and so, cannot go forward. But rural development has come on board and assisted with some houses. Not all. They have worked, I believe, as best as they could to be able to ensure that people got their houses upgraded. That is a human need. And despite wherever you are, whichever political party you're part of, or whatever persuasion you are, you should not be excluded from the resources that the country offers to everybody else. All of us are important in God's eyes. All of us should be important in the eyes of whichever government there is. And the pie must be shared equally to ensure that those who are feeling downtrodden or living in environments where they need the upgrades, that any good government would pay attention and address those needs. I want to say, sir, I am happy to know that those two entities will be joined together. Communities have been targeted, and I believe too that we will be able over time to make a difference. I know that a lot of money that was in the budget, all in the 2008 and beyond, up until the time when the government changed, that we became the government, that money was misappropriated, money was sent different places, all kinds of things were happening, and we just could not understand. I know that that 6-story building at Vaucluse was built for quite some millions of dollars, and then even the 6th floor or the 4th floor did not even have a tile on it, but it was told that the building was ready. When that money could have been spent to help to relocate those persons, to help to upgrade other facilities for poor people, the old, the disabled, the single women with children, and so on. That did not happen. The money was redirected, otherwise from the government's budget of that time to Vaucluse. And I have no problem with the building because people will be housed in it to do their work and so, but when I look at how things are shifted and there's no legal aspect of it happening, that bothers my heart. And I pray that this Labour Party does not do it, Mr. Speaker, sir, because it is not fair to the people of Barbados. I am happy to know that some of the houses in St. Thomas were repaired as a result of the tropical storm Elsa, I think it would have been. I know it had been, where quite a few of the houses, especially areas on the heights like Erie Court, and places like Spring Farm and so, the houses that got damaged were poor people's houses. Rural development did come on board and assist us in having those houses upgraded. The only thing I want to make with the caution with this amalgamation, however, sir, is that there be proper management of the affairs. Yes, you have a pit toilet and you want to get your waterborne toilet. Yes, your house might be leaking, the roof might be bad, the siding boards might be bad and so on. You want the upgrades. But you want it to be done in a professional manner. So you don't want old pieces of board spliced in. You do not want to have your good windows and then the contractor comes and says, I'm going to change these windows for new ones, but take your windows and put them in somebody else's house. If your windows are good, leave them. Let whoever else needs windows, give them new windows because they need them. They require them. We want proper coordination once the two entities are going together so that you do not see what I witness at times. I still have houses from Thomas that have not been touched, but I'm grateful because I know it is not just a St. Thomas challenge. It is across the island, and the budget that we're using is one budget. However, those persons who will be working in the combined entities, I would like to again recommend that there be proper management and supervision, not only of the funds, but those who are doing the building. Sometimes people get 10 houses to do in either of the entities at this time. And then 5 years later, 4 houses completed, the rest have not been touched. That creates a problem for me because to live in the house 5 years that is leaking, it's not good enough. I want for us to put people before politics to make sure that we do the right things. The other thing, Mr. Speaker, is I believe that when it comes to the funding as well, from what I picked up with my limited knowledge in building and so on, you see a 2-bedroom house that might cost $90,000. And then one with the same size and everything, and it doesn't have to have any higher foundation, it costs $100 and something thousand. There has to be some kind of balance there. And unless those who are the supervisors of those contractors and those projects keep on the ground, we will have challenges in this country. I learned and I knew before of the various projects, and I heard about, where the rest is that? At Temple Yard. I am so happy that they have been able to get some assistance. I heard of Baxter's Road and so on. But I want this government to know that rural Barbados needs some of these projects too. We are urban and rural, so we want some of those projects to help to expand. Right now, I know that the government and the ministry is looking after setting up some vending areas for persons who have been selling alongside the road, blocking the traffic, but they're trying to make $1. Now, that is a step forward for us to be able to stop at one location as we would down Temple Yard, as we would at Eagle Hall or wherever, for rural Barbados to get the opportunity for people to be in an organized environment where you can go and you can do your purchase without blocking traffic or without causing congestion of some form or fashion. So I'm really extremely happy to know, sir, that that has happened. I have brought with me, and I always have things with me, Mr. Speaker, urban and rural development leadership matters most. And when I see the record, and this is the record of what rural and urban were doing, even before the 1990s, where we saw how the RDC was a savior to, if you would allow me, sir, to hundreds of poor Barbadians in rural communities since 2003, and the commission that it has shown how all of these houses, 67 new houses constructed and so on and so forth.
I remember reporting from what?
I will make this a document of the House, sir. And you know, sir, I will want to conform with the rules. Urban and rural development, leadership matters most, and this would have been in 1999. early 2000, I believe. And therefore, I'm not going to quote from it now because in the interest of time, but I want to say that things have been happening with urban and rural for many years. I will never forget how we used to call down in a section of St. Michael, Rotten Town, as children traveling in the bus. And you can see the rundown houses and so on. And then we saw a transformation. And the old cars and so removed. And people are now living and breathing a breath of fresh air and feeling empowered as a result of the projects that have been happening, not only in rural Barbados, but we have said in urban Barbados. Once we get the management team between urban and rural to join together and make sure that they stand up for good workmanship. We do not want for the building to take place and then the old windows are put on a little paint and put back in, although they had termite. We want efficiency for the taxpayers' money, because that is really what it is that's being used to be able to upgrade those facilities. I am glad too that those two entities sought to look after those who are disabled, so that if they upgrade a house for someone who has one leg or who is unable to move because of what the difficulty is, that they're putting in the handrails and grab bars in the bathrooms and things of that nature, and they can have enough space to wheel in their wheelchairs. Or for the little old lady like I am, as the guy curse me on the week and say I am old, go home. One, I want to be able to hold on something before I slip and fall. You don't have to be old to fall. But I am saying, well, that is a matter for me, sir. I am saying that all of that is combined in the project that the rural and urban development are doing. And I'm glad that the government has gotten the wisdom to be able to say, let me amalgamate the two entities so that at the end of the day, we have persons who are responsible, persons who are properly supervised, and accountability is there. The facilities are there, we can see them, they have been done so that other people feel comfortable knowing mine might be in the next batch. Barbadians need the help. Despite what anybody says, we have thousands of people who are unemployed, most of them because they can't do any better. Some refuse to work. We have the welfare department helping out and other entities of that nature, but we must look after the needs of the poor, particularly women with children, senior citizens, and disabled. Those are the ones who require the immediate attention and the best quality of work. Because at the end of the day, despite whatever their frailty is, they may live even longer. And you want it to be so well done that it doesn't fall apart in a few weeks or months' time, yes? The other thing, Mr. Speaker, that I want to refer to, as I said, is supervision of those persons who are building the projects. We don't want for 10 people to get projects, building out communities, and nobody coming to check to make sure that the material that is used is not secondhand material, that it is good material, whether it be lumber or concrete board, whatever it is, that it is good, so that in the next 3 years, they don't have to come back and say we are getting wet, or something is wrong with the wood, or the handrails fell on. So we want professionalism to take place. And I knew that training had been done for those persons who were the contractors. Those persons who were working with those projects. I've witnessed that myself. I don't know if it's happening across the island, but of course you know, sir, that I will go to check to make sure that the best quality service is being extended to those individuals. I also want to say too, and give a caution to the entity as well, because I've got an experience where a young lady was living in her little chattel house. I think it was just a 1-bedroom with a bathroom, and she had asked for the help, and Rural came and upgraded the house, changed up the house and added on a waterborne toilet and so facility. And then the owner of the land apparently did not write to say, I, Mr. Jones, whoever, have given permission for CYF, whoever, to be able to have this house upgraded. And from the time that house was completed, Mr. Speaker, that young lady and her daughter cannot enter. The gentleman said, this is my land, I do not give permission. So I want them to be aware make sure that every time, if it is on someone's land that the house is being built or upgraded, there is official documentation. And I'm sure that there's a legal component to the ministries that are responsible, because every time the lady sees me, she says, I can't go in the house yet. The gentleman said the land is not mine. So those matters must be cleared before any house is constructed on anybody's land, as is the case with many of them that I've heard about, that the people cannot enter the compound, even though they would have lived there 20 years, 15 years, because the person probably has it for one of their relatives, I don't know, but that is not important now. The fact is that they pursue it every time. Now, I have another concern, Mr. Speaker, sir, to do with not a concern, but another matter that I want to put on the table in relation to a donation that Rural Development had made of a pavilion, not quite a pavilion, but it is a structure to fill in as a community center. You will recall, sir, perhaps, that the Rock Hall Social Center was closed in 1988, I believe, to facilitate the magistrates' court, the police station, and another aspect of the legal fraternity, that what we call the social center at Rock Hall. And from 1988 until now, Mr. Speaker, sir, I know that the honourable member for St. John has given me an assurance that something will be done. The people of St. Thomas have no place for recreation unless they get access to a school, which will have to be the Lester Vaughan School or some other private entity to be able to function, to have a function and to do certain things. I want to say that in the time of rural development, when a now deceased director would have been at the helm of rural, the owner of the plantation at Canefield, sir, had extended a helping hand, because you would appreciate that the population in that area of Canefield, Dunscombe, Spring Farm, Erie Court, Pori Spring, and Rock Hall, and so on, Fortress Hill, those communities constitute thousands of persons. Unfortunately, there was nowhere for anybody to go and play a game. You could not hold a dance anymore, because the community center was where we had all of that activity. You could not do a festival or anything there. And there was none other than Lester Vaughan school was not even in vogue at that time. And when the director got the news that the then owner of the plantation at Canefield donated that land, a community center was built out of wood to facilitate the residents. It's one of the most popular venues, Mr. Speaker, sir, in the parish. They had summer camps being held in there, all kinds of games, dominoes, churches went and they have their services there. Unfortunately, we understand, and I raised it with one of my other colleagues who will be able to guide me properly, but within recent times, someone has put a poster on it because the owner of the property has subsequently deceased. But having that property there since the 1980s, and now we are being told that somebody put up a sticker to say land for sale. I want for this government to make sure that the property at Hill House, that's what we call the property, where the people in St. Thomas recreate, particularly from those communities I've mentioned, not being able to use the community center, even though it has been closed, for the police station now to be put at King Garden. There's no form of recreation in those communities. Hillaby Primary School is way out. Holy Innocents Home is way out. And it is difficult, but it is one of the most, Canefield is one of the most faithful and cohesive communities anybody else could want in Barbados. You don't hear fighting and cursing because they're all familial connections in that area. And then the Dunscombe people, and they go over. I would want for when rural and the urban commission come fully amalgamated, that attention be paid to that facility so it can be upgraded. And of course, for the government to ensure that the spot where it's now located be not bought over or taken over by any entity that says we don't want to come. Because the owner, whose name I will not call, but we know who owned all of Vaucluse and Spring Farm and those communities, before he passed, he gave it to the St. Thomas folk for recreation because he had a special care and interest because most of the persons who worked on his plantation were people from those environs in the agricultural belt and so on. So I am waiting patiently for the government of Barbados to make some kind of intervention because we cannot afford to lose that clubhouse and then to displace so many thousands of children. Because despite what anybody says, Mr. Speaker, women and men in Barbados are still getting 5 and 6 children. There are communities when it's only one child that one has, and we have reasons for that because we want to be able to maintain them. But in those communities, it is so cohesive. To move that clubhouse from there now called Hill House, it will be a heartbreaking exercise. The Honourable Minister of Sports, I've spoken with him, asking him to make representation as well. And the officer responsible for community development has also made recommendation. For the last year or so, we've been trying to work on it. But I believe that too, and Rural Development Commission helping to upgrade and expand it will make a difference. It's very seldom, Mr. Speaker, you will ever hear of anybody in Canefield or Dunscombe or those communities shoot at somebody, steal from somebody, because it is more a familial kind of gathering, families living around each other, and they're close, they're closely knit, and there's little or no violence or anything in that area. We want that community, sir, to continue. I will conclude, sir, by indicating that rural and urban development will serve an excellent purpose as an amalgamated project. And as I might have said before, the supervision of the contractors, or the screening of the contractors, because for me, no contractor should get 10 houses. Or 2 houses here or there, and if you do well, you can come back. But the inspection after the construction is extremely critical. And this government, as I said, sir, that I will leave the document here, a copy of this document here, when it speaks to how many houses were done in the 80s and how many were done since 2003 and so on, it blessed my heart. I would rather, Mr. Speaker, sir, the $8 million, the $20 million, the $30 million be spent or invested into upgrading houses, building new houses, adding on waterborne toilets, making sure that the electricity and everything else is in the house. Whatever community project can happen to decorate the community, is fine with me if the government is going to be investing that, than to have to be investing millions in the prison at Dodds. Our young people will have a place where they have a space, they can play, they can talk, they can do whatever without being violent. We now have every time to be increasing the cost there because our young people need to get opportunities where persons like yourself and myself and other teachers retired and other persons in the communities to nurture them. And once we can get that happening, Mr. Speaker, I feel that Barbados will continue to shine and to grow even higher and better because our citizens will be comfortable in their homes at night. They will be able to sit with their children and read stories. They will be able to do so many things with the support of this collective entity that we have here in this country, Mr. Speaker, sir. And so I want, as I close again, to ask that the landlords, not necessarily the landlords, but those persons who will be given the tasks to start working together with the supervision. Once you supervise, you're not going to have a challenge. I'll close on this one note. I had 3 houses that were being repaired, Mr. Speaker. And the neighbor came and said, well, they call me Sintika, that's my name. The contractor that I have, he do my house good at all, Miss Ford. They said, what happened? The wage cap is all that is needed now. He had put in a, when you want to get the contract, what do you call it? A bid. And so on, and that one has been approved. But then the water is pouring in the bedroom. He refused to put on the wage cap. And when the lady called her, he cursed her and told her she's stupid. I want for this amalgamated entity to make sure that those contractors, male or female, respect the clients and follow through with what they are doing, because when they bid as I know I have a document to show how much each of the houses in St. Thomas would have cost as individual houses. That gives me an understanding as what the works for the house would have been like. And if you have agreed and signed a formal document to say, I shall repair Cynthia Ford's house for the cost of whatever, and I will make sure that the 2 bedrooms and the roof and the windows are so. I believe that when the supervisors come back and they make their checks, they can't make any mistake. And the person cannot get the final drawdown until you go back. And that poor lady, she did not cry, and that was all. When she said the wage cap is missing, and all I tell him, he tell me that I want too much, I ask him for too much, the contracting thing, the money run out. Nobody can run out if you do a proper estimate. And therefore, I believe that going forward, we will continue to blaze a trail that we started, making sure that the poor people of Barbados get the opportunity to sleep well in their homes without getting wet. To be able to step in the yard without having to step on a soft stone alone, a proper step, handrails, whatever is necessary for them to be able to be safe in the homes where they live, because this government has determined it will be a better life for our people. We have been on that journey for many decades, Mr. Speaker, and I want for us to continue to look after the needs of Barbadians and visitors among us too. Because we cannot exclude the visitor. If the visitor came here and can't get back out, there's no money but the ticket, have to stay at the same family. So we will include them in it. At the end of the day, we are one people, one nation. And once we look after the needs of others, I am sure that this amalgamated entity of the rural and urban development will make a tremendous difference in the quality of life of our Barbadians, particularly our aged, our children, our disabled, and all others among us. And I wish to thank you so for the privilege to be able to make that comment.
Honourable Member for St. Lucie.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise briefly to lend my voice in support of this very important and absolutely necessary piece of legislation here today. This is so because we have heard from the Honourable Member for Christchurch West. This merger will enhance the service delivery and reach of this new body, this new agency. We have had, over a number of years, even before I was involved in elective politics, I have seen the work produced, namely by the Rural Development Commission, as I live and I represent a rural constituency. I remember that there were times when the geographical demarcation of boundaries determined which agency would complete the work that was required to help ordinary persons in this country. Indeed, it was the foresight, as we heard from the Honourable Member for St. Thomas a few minutes ago, it was the foresight of the then Prime Minister, late Professor Owen Seymour Arthur, to bring such a body, such agencies into this landscape and this space to be able to help fast-track the assistance required for persons in these rural communities and ultimately the urban communities as well. Mr. Speaker, I remember at that point in time, as I said, I hadn't come into elective politics yet. But I did a lot of community work across the parish of St. Lucie. And there were times, I remember there was a time when I was doing some community work a Saturday evening in the community of River Bay. I remember quite well. And Mr. Speaker, as I stood outside that house speaking with the senior citizen there, I remember that I looked through the bedroom window because she was looking out at me from in the bedroom, and as I looked up to the roof, Mr. Speaker, I could see sunlight. I could see light, which means that the roof was in a very poor state and needed to be repaired and replaced, as a matter of fact. And she said to me, "Can you help me do this?" And there are a lot of persons in that time and even today who require that sort of assistance, Mr. Speaker, from the state. They are not in a position to be able to help themselves like that. I said to that senior citizen then, the mandate which I have with the organization with which I'm working right now does not stretch that far and cannot execute or grant a request as to what you are asking for. However, I will seek to find out how best your situation can be addressed. And so when agencies like these two that we've had were established, we were able to respond to the needs of the ordinary person out there. It is difficult. It is difficult if you have a single person living in a house, especially if they are senior citizen, and they're getting their pension, and their homes run into a state of disrepair, so they need to fix them. They can't just live in them like that. As a matter of fact, quite recently, only last week, while it was at a funeral in the constituency, a gentleman came to me and he said to me, I will send you some pictures and so on. My house is in a very, very poor state. I want to know if you will be in a position to help me. And when I looked at those pictures, Senior Minister, it hurt my heart. It touched my heart. And I said to that individual, we will do our best to address the situation. Not knowing that today we would have been bringing together two agencies which will be able to fast track work that is required in this country. You see, when you bring these agencies together, Mr. Speaker, immediately you would have a much larger pool of contractors, in my view, and persons with the expertise to be able to execute the jobs that would be required. We would have had some excellent work. And as I drive through my constituency, I was in Josie Hill up to last Thursday to be exact. And I saw the work done on some housing that was affected by Elsa. And the rebuilt home, or the rebuilt homes that I have seen, were really, really fantastic, which tells us that we have some good people out there. We have some good contractors. Not all contractors are bad, so to speak, or work or gives poor service or poor work. There are some excellent contractors out there who give of their best. Their names mean something to them, because it is not just about the money, getting a contract and be able to make some money. They are certainly proud to be able to complete an assignment, complete a house, the repairs and so on, and say to you, and to show off their work, And I am glad, Mr. Speaker, that when we bring these two agencies together to make them one, it would mean that we are able to reduce the cost in terms of running them, but it gives us more capital to be able to then spend within the various constituencies that people will be able to get the benefit of housing and so on. So you would have less money to be spent in terms of the actual running of the agency, but that extra money that you would have would be able to go towards doing more work within the particular constituencies and indeed across Barbados. It delivers for the country. I remember the days, Mr. Speaker, and perhaps sometimes I don't know what was the thought pattern behind it, but I guess, as the saying goes, it is what it is. I remember when the rural built, I don't know if urban did it, but I remember when rural built some short tenantry roads, providing access for people, providing access. That section apparently has been removed from their portfolio now, but in that time, I can go now to Broomfield and show you, as a matter of fact, on Thursday evening I was there to see a road that was constructed under the directorship of the late Peter Scott, who was the director of rural back in the 1980s. Did some fantastic work. And not only, as I heard the honorable member for St. Thomas say, not only do we have now a body coming together, because you can give everybody everything, or you can give any agency whatever it needs, but the focus of the agency and the leadership of the agency must be focused on delivering what the needs of the people are, must be focused on working hard. I heard our honorable member for St. James South indicate that. Must be focused on delivering for the people. This new agency, Mr. Speaker, I would imagine, will be focused on helping to abolish the pit toilets and preventing people from providing those bathroom facilities, etc. Where people that do not have this benefit, this facility right now, rainfall or sunshine, and they have a call of nature, they have to go outside in the yard, at what we call the outhouse. Those days, Mr. Speaker, are long, must be long, removed from the landscape of this country, this progressive country. If we are progressing, we must be able to bring along those people who are less fortunate and cannot provide such facilities for themselves. We must be able to do that. You cannot have in the 21st country, Barbados, where persons have a call of nature at 2 o'clock in the morning and have to use something, and I know my younger colleagues might not know of this, have to use what you call the big teacup with the hand and the kimber, as they would say. Otherwise known, if you don't know, and this, I'm sure this is not unparliamentary,
No, it's not.
Mr. Speaker, what you call a top C or a pole. These things, Mr. Speaker, has to, in modern Barbados, I'm not going to say they have no place, because sometimes you can't throw away those things which kept you all along when you were coming up as a youngster. But there must be the position where persons are given, the poorest of the poor, those persons in our society must have the opportunity of using waterborne facilities like anybody else in any heights or terrace. They must have the opportunity to be able to use this. I have communities in my constituency, Mr. Speaker, where some people do not benefit from that up to this point in time. And I therefore want, and I expect that this new body will be very quick in delivering those kind of services in terms of the kind of assistance with waterborne facilities and eradicating pit toilets from our landscape as we move forward into the 21st century, Mr. Speaker. I look forward quite anxiously, and I expect to be able to send in some names to the new agency and ask for assistance, of course, with the resources being provided by the administration, by the government, with the resources being provided, to ask for assistance for a number of people in a number of communities across St. Lucie. Because we are here to make lives better and improve the quality of life for our citizens in a 21st century Barbados, Mr. Speaker. I want to say I wholeheartedly support this move, and I look forward to a lot of work and quick execution of various projects across the landscape, not just St. Lucie, but across the landscape of Barbados, where persons will now benefit in their numbers wherever needed, where persons would benefit from assistance from government. It does not mean, let me caution you, it does not mean that persons who can help themselves will now sit back and wait for government to do it. It does not mean that you do that, because you leave such for the persons who cannot, who are not in a position to help themselves. No matter where you live, if you live in Pycorn and you can help yourself, please do that. Leave the assistance that may be required for persons who can least afford it. And give them the opportunity, give the government the opportunity to be able to help as many persons as is possible. And I support, Mr. Speaker, I want to say again, my unequivocal support to this piece of legislation with the amalgamation of these two entities to bring relief, improvement in standard of living for the people not only of St. Lucie, but for the people of Barbados. I'm obliged to you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable for St. James North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, which has been a long time in coming, since 2019, 2018, when we first the governance of this country again. We've been speaking about the amalgamation of these two entities, rural and urban development. So it's been, over 6 years in coming. And we certainly look forward, and I join my colleagues in looking forward to great efficiencies in terms of the social development of our people, who will come into play within these organizations. We look forward to the opportunity for upgrading the operations and for significant improvement in the technology, which will be open to the Commission, and for the opportunity to employ quality persons, especially in the management of this Commission, as opposed to employing people who really and truly are square pegs in round holes, as has occurred at sometimes in the past in respect of the two commissions. We also look forward to greater reduction in red tape and bureaucracy in terms of the undertaking of the operations of this commission, as opposed to what presently, because the two commissions are still in existence, prevails, as well as to the lowering of the costs, because that is important in terms of the efficiency, the lowering of the costs of the public services. We've heard that the Rural Development Commission, in fact, pertain to parts of each of the 11 parishes of Barbados. So it makes sense, really and truly, to amalgamate both rural and urban. And once this commission is given the resources, and this is key, because we could establish this new commission, but you have to give it the resources, the financial resources, the staff, the technical resources. And as I said, we have to make sure that the management is competent and efficient and is qualified to do the job. Because what we had, the Rural Development Commission was established, I think, by Act in 1995, 30 years ago, first came into being in 1996. I believe I'm correct in saying that the Urban Development Commission came on slightly after that in 1997. So these are two commissions which are being abolished of upwards of 30 years in existence. And the philosophy behind the establishment of those two commissions at that time certainly merited the times. The Urban Development Commission, in its initial years, I recall, was greatly involved in the road asphalt program, and I believe the concrete road program as well. I remember the first, I believe, concrete road being done in rural Barbados through this commission in St. Lucie. Then the Right Honourable Owen Arthur, then Prime Minister, going in St. Lucie and opening up that concrete road, and transfer of titles. So you would recall, I believe you may have been a law student at that time. I was already a lawyer of, 13 years or so practice. But the transfer of titles was brought within these two commissions as well, with the owner, the tenant, paying $2.50 a square foot, and the government, through initially these agencies, paying the balance to the landlord owner. In a lot of cases, I seem to recall that the land was about between $6 a square foot in all, $8 and $8 a square foot. The government then paid, $5 roughly per square foot to the landlord owner, and the tenants then became owners of land. Something that is fundamental to our society, the vast majority of our people being descendants of slaves who, from ancestry to ancestry, passing down succession to succession, lived on these lands, which, as we know, were plantation lands during slavery and post-slavery period. And then all of this helped economically enfranchise our people in terms of property ownership, which is one of the most significant ownerships that you can have as a people. Everyone aspires to own a piece of the rock. And therefore, both of these commissions, which are being abolished, serve tremendous purpose when they were first established, not least in terms of transferring titles to the residents and the tenants who lived on these properties. They can then obviously take title to their credit union, to their banks, and improve their homes and use the title to the land as mortgages for the children's education if a close relative became ill, for medical expenses and all of that. Obviously, these two commissions have done a lot of good work over the years in terms of house repairs and replacement to houses. But the reality of the situation, sir, is that the efficiencies of these commissions fell off. The start of the falling off of the efficiencies was part of the last decade, sir. 2008, 2018, when the Democratic Labour Party last was in office. I remember sitting, sir, as an opposition member of Parliament in the second half of that last decade, and I, in my private practice as a lawyer, became involved. I volunteered to act on behalf of tenants in two locations, especially in my constituency, Dublin Road, sir, in Weston, and in the Garden as well, sir, Reed Road. And where, especially in Dublin Road, tenants had paid in their share of the purchase price. As I said, $2.50 a square foot, $9,000, sir. And for years, the government, under the Democratic Labour Party, would not pay the government's share of the subsidy. So the tenants had lodged their money in the land registry of Barbados, the money sitting down there for 8 years, not getting any interest. They can't get any interest on it, sir. Government using the money for other purposes, and government not paying in its share of the subsidy. And I had meetings with the Ministry of Housing as an opposition MP, but also obviously, as I said, in my capacity as an attorney at law, working for my clients who were my constituents, with the then permanent secretary. I remember an afternoon and being told that there was just not enough money for this to happen, but we hope that there'll be money next year. I remember one year being told that only about $500,000 was voted in the estimates and was available for this title of transfer of titles transfer. I mean, these are significant aspects of our social development that fell by the wayside under the last Democratic Labour Party government. We hope, certainly I hope, that monies would be put in the estimates, this next year's estimates to start with, to enhance this transfer of titles program, sir. It is very important for us as a people who, as I said, have come out of slavery, colonialism, to empower our people. These two commissions, of course, gave loans, as we heard earlier today from both the acting Prime Minister presenting and especially the Honourable Member for St. James South in terms of business entrepreneurship and establishment of cottage industries among our people, an enterprise loan program, sir. Loans, of course, especially within the Rural Development Commission, were given for agricultural purposes and for agricultural development, sir. And I want to use this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to urge our fellow Barbadians, look, when you borrow money from these entities, in this case, the Rural and Urban Development Commission, pay back the loans. Because, you know, too many of our people, Mr. Speaker, regard a loan from a government department as money that you don't have to pay back. That is a grant. And that, you know, this government money, man, so, you know, I ain't really got to help my head about paying this back. I got to pay my other bills, light bill, telephone bill, etc. And the loan from the government, you know, is secondary. Not so. Our people have to realize that, look, when you do that, you're hurting your own self. Because it is a money that has dropped down from the sky that the government agency has now found to lend you. It is money that comes from the taxpayers of Barbados. It is money that comes from taxes that are levied. And people complain taxes too high. Well, taxes gotta be where they are if people don't pay back. Where what it is, and I'm certain that we will hear during the estimates debate, which I believe will start next week, how much money is owed, how many billions of dollars is owed by Barbadians, by people who live here, to the government of Barbados for various loans, whether it is student revolving loan fund, monies owed to national housing, monies owed in income tax, VAT, NIS, other monies owed to BRA. You know, we can't operate as a country in this mold. So I really urge, because I know that the Rural Development Commission and Urban Development Commission went through times when they had big outstanding loan portfolios owed by people they had lent money to start industries, to start entrepreneurship activities. And we really have to do better than that as a country. The Commission will continue to, as has been said in this debate, to eliminate pit toilets in which still prevail in too many areas of our country, including in my constituency. I know that some households have got indoor toilet facilities through the Rural Development Commission. Over the time that I have been Member of Parliament, wells and septic tanks also are an area through which Rural Development Commission was mandated and which will continue under this commission to be installed as part of a poverty alleviation program. This bill is very important, sir, in terms of our social development, and look forward to the continuation of monies borrowed to enhance houses, to repair houses, housing loans program, and as I said, enterprise loan program as well. What had happened, sir, over the 30 years is that there was a lot of duplication, because in addition, of course, to having two separate entities, one to deal with rural and one to deal with urban, and as I said, there was an overlap because all 11 parishes had demarcations in parts of their constituencies which were served by Rural Development Commission. But there was also of course, the National Housing Corporation. So efforts were duplicated. In some cases, all three of these entities lending money to citizens to repair their houses. So this certainly, what we're doing today, will prevent duplication as was previously existed across these two commissions, and should therefore bring greater efficiencies between them. I urge that the government, the ministry under which it would fall, this commission will fall under, be very demanded in terms of audited financial statements being produced. The records show that audited financial statements went missing or were not produced in the first place, I should say, from around 2010, so 15 years ago. In other words, just after the start of the last decade, when the Honourable David Thompson died. And certainly, when I was in an opposition, the 5 years, 3 months, whenever that government brought a bill, or rather a resolution, inviting Parliament to vote monies as subsidy from central government to a statutory corporation, Transport Board, CBC, wherever, I would say, well, I can't support it, even if it is on the basis that you have not produced to me, for me to look at financial statements, for me to see what really is required. How do I know that this 20 million that we voting on today, you're asking us to vote on, is adequate anyway? Or could it be 10 million instead, because no audited financial statements? It's time that we, for matters of transparency and accountability, start taking this aspect seriously. And I understand that when, of course, we came into government 2018, by that time you had 8 years where you couldn't produce. You would have to be, quite honestly, a genius now to work out, since you hadn't had financial statements audited for 8 years. So it has been difficult for that to be done over the last, 6 or so years. But with this new commission, fresh guard, fresh start, let us ensure that audited financial statements are done every year going forward and are brought and are laid in this Parliament as is required by the law. We therefore need the Commission to be properly resourced in terms of human resources as well. The leadership, as I said, has to be effective and competent, but not only the top manager, but also those below. The human resource department properly has to be established, technical department, because there must be supervision, proper supervision of the projects. And this is where I think that the public and the government of Barbados has been let down in terms of lack of proper supervision of the projects. And I can speak of Rural Development Commission. Let me limit my comments to that, because you have had cases, and the Honourable Member for St. Thomas has spoken, where you've had less than efficient and workmanlike undertaking of projects by individuals on behalf of the Rural Development Commission. So look, sir, you try to help what some people traditionally call the small black man. That is the truth. And I am all for that. In my private life, sir, as someone who owns a couple properties, sir, I have helped out, tried to help out the small black man too, when I could have gone for some high-name, reputable company, sir. So you try as a government to help out the small black man. But the small black man has to be fair to government too. Has to be fair to the taxpayers, the money not falling off the trees. So therefore, I really urge those who get the opportunity to do work as part of our thrust to create more entrepreneurs and a cadre of people and bring economic wealth to those who are traditionally disadvantaged, that we have to do proper work. So there have been instances in my constituency where, as the acting Prime Minister, Senior Minister, member for Christchurch West will tell you that 4 weeks ago, I believe it was just over 4 weeks ago, he went on a tour with me, and the Ministry of Economic Affairs senator from the other place was there too. And one of the houses I took the team to was a house that for almost 3 years now repairs started, and can't be completed. Old lady, about 80 years old. It's not fair. Not fair to her, nor to the government that has paid money for this project. And now government has to look for another set of money, I believe is $25,000 I've seen, to try and complete the repairs. So we need efficiencies in supervision. Also, there are cases where the projects take too long to complete. That is the truth. Projects by Rural Development Commission, again, Senior Minister would know of one where I almost tore out my hair and behaved badly, and that's not my nature, sir. You know me long. That ain't my nature to behave bad, but sometimes you've got to behave bad and get on bad and to get some things done. Where 2.5 years, a house can't get complete. And government having to pay the rent for the occupants of the house for the 2.5 years. So that is double now wastage because the contractor is not efficient. So we have to be sure, as much as possible, to ensure that the contractors, the people who do the work, the people who get contracts for services to do these works, independent contractors, are efficient and are properly supervised and are held to account and are not paid any more monies than the work that they have done. Because this is taxpayers' money that we're dealing with. So that requires proper technical staff, qualified, who can supervise these projects efficiently. The reality, sir, is that, look, we know that there are 30 constituencies. The pie is small. The government has to juggle, and it has to be a difficult task for the Honourable Ministers of Finance, and one of whom, of course, the lead Honourable Minister of Finance being the Prime Minister, to juggle all the parts which have to be put in for Barbados to work smoothly. And therefore, I understand that my constituency may not have got as much as some others in terms of house repairs, etc. I am grateful to the Senior Minister who has got involved in terms, Senior Minister, Honourable Member for Christchurch West, who has gotten involved and has pledged that he will ensure that St. James North gets some more houses done within the foreseeable future, house repairs done. And so the reality of it, look, as I said, government can't do everything, so I threw my foundation, Clarkson Foundation, in repairing 4 houses at this time, as I have done through my foundation in the past, because can't expect that government gonna do all. So at the present time, I through my foundation, repairing 4. So this is the reality of politics, what you have to do as a politician to help your people. I noticed that there is going to be the establishment of a rural and urban development fund under the Act, and that is good, sir. And part of that fund also will be to accept grants and donations, which can be used in the development of our people in fulfillment of the objectives of the Act. And I really hope that there could be a thrust to involve the diaspora in terms of the development and putting in grants and donations in this fund. People who have done well, who have been born, in most cases, in poverty, as a way to give back to their country in terms of our social development, because that is what this is about. The issue of derelict buildings, sir, is very important as well. We spoke a bit about derelict buildings 2 Tuesdays ago when we discussed the Health Services Amendment Bill. But there are, thousands, I don't know the exact figure now. I know it used to be about 16,000 derelict buildings all about across both urban and rural Barbados. And that is a lot on 166 square miles. Is over how many now? Is over 1,300 now. Sorry, I said 16,000, I meant 1,600. Might be a bit less now, I don't know, but I see that the bill also mandates, when it becomes law, the commission to deal with derelict buildings. And that is also going to be a significant responsibility on the commission. The minister under Section 14 may give the commission directions of a general nature. In respect of policy, the commission shall comply with these directions. We know, Mr. Speaker, you know very well too, of course, that in some pieces of legislation, the directions are specific. I like the idea of general directions, which gives, the commission obviously leeway. You don't need political interference all the time in the operations of a commission, statutory board. We've seen the case under the last government with Barbados Water Authority, sir, where $1.49 billion unaccounted for by the then Member of Parliament for St. Philip West, who thankfully present Honourable Member for St. Philip West beat. And I look forward to that honourable member beating that member again, because I don't know why he's coming back. Close to 70 years old, he had his time already, got beaten twice and running again. He needs to account for the $1.4 billion gone astray under his ministerial mandate from the Barbados Water Authority, where he issued, in many cases, specific directions of a specific nature in respect of policy, and did bare foolishness. $1.49 million gone from the taxpayers. And he has the audacity to say that he running again, named in the 15. What people think this is at all? But, that is the nature of a democracy, that we encounter a Democratic Labour Party now led by an individual. And, I listened to the Honourable Member for St. George South here today, and I was wondering if I should call the police, because a man, he was half killing somebody sometimes, real bad. He was half killing the leader of the opposition, and dealt with him in a substantive way today. But, we have to remember, and sometimes you have to have sympathy for the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, because the Honourable Leader of the Opposition was in this party for 6 years. He was part of us, totally condemning the years under which the Democratic Labour Party last held government, between 2008 and 2018. I remember, I think it was December 2016, when we had a meeting down Top Rock, where I spoke and he spoke on that platform, condemning the then Prime Minister, the then member for St. Michael's South, tremendously. Well, nobody cursed the then Prime Minister worse than the now Leader of the Opposition that night. Because him bad, 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 bad. So he himself agrees with us that the Democratic Labour Party in its last term of office was an abysmal failure to the people of Barbados. So really and truly, you find yourself in a tremendous swirl of mental anguish. And that's what he finds himself. And, somebody who, switched parties probably 4 times now. The last time before this, when he left the Democratic Labour Party after the 1999 election, after being beaten for the 2nd time, the Democratic Labour Party did not even know that he had left them. That is the truth. They didn't know. He cursed the then member for St. John very, very badly, who then became Prime Minister. Even after the Honourable David Thompson died, the present Leader of the Opposition was cussing him bad, 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 bad. So I don't know how he plans to go on running in St. John now. Well, the first question he should answer is, why you dislike David Thompson so much? That from the time you left the Democratic Labour Party in 2000 or around there, after getting beaten twice and blaming David Thompson and the elder statesman of the DLP, Sir Philip Graves, for the 2 election defeats, and even continuing to curse David Thompson up to 2010, when he regrettably died, and thereafter, how can you now be thinking of running in St. John? But that is the psychological problem of the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, sir. So, every week when he comes in, and as the Honourable Member for St. George South emphasized that today, keeps repeating himself in speeches of 2-3 hours, which can be done in a half hour, you have to understand the basis of his position. But, sir, I digress. The commission will now have a 9-member board, should be more nimble. I'm assuming that board will be made up as well of very competent people who have interests throughout Barbados, in both rural and urban Barbados. And we really look forward to the advancement of the work of this commission as part of the development of this Barbados. I know that there are many people who hold the view that there are 2 Barbadoses, and that rural Barbados may not be given as much resources as urban Barbados. traditionally, even 20 years ago, 10 years ago. But, sir, with the amalgamation of this now rural and urban into one commission, we look forward to great efficiencies and a greater equity in the development of Barbados for the benefit of all our people. I'm obliged to you, sir.
Honourable Member for St. Peter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have the privilege of being able to rise to participate in the debate and to support this bill, Urban and Rural Development Commission. I maybe need to start someplace where my constituents would expect me to begin. There are a lot of things they've asked me to say. I just have spoke some. And there are a number of things that my constituents want me to share. But the first one is that one of my earlier recollections of the Rural Development Commission was when it was located in Spike Sound. And one of the questions that my constituents asked over the years, and constituents from St. Lucie as well, was how do you move the Rural Development Commission from rural Barbados and put it in town? And I share that because what I want to say, while supporting what we're doing, is to speak really to the fact that there needs to be an appreciation of a number of things. And I'm going to share a few of them as I go on. But I think I really want to impress that in the new organization, the Urban and Rural Development Commission, that there be, even though it will be a single organization, and I support the concept of a single organization. Barbados is 430 square kilometers. We can fit in most medium-sized rivers in Guyana. I may not even be able to see the other side. So that with a country as small as ours, the idea of a single commission is one that makes sense, even though it is speaking to urban and rural. Our urban spaces are not that large, all things considered. Neither are our rural spaces because of the size of the island. But I started where I did because in this new organization, there must remain, and I use the word remain because I'm not saying that it is absent, but I'm saying that there must remain an appreciation for the differences across even a very small island. Communities are different. There's a difference between St. Peter and St. Michael, even though there's a relationship between St. Peter and St. Michael. There's a difference between St. Peter and St. Philip, even though there are some who say, well, both of us start with P. But there are differences. Nowadays, people use fancy terms like nuanced, but in St. Peter, we speak very simply to say that there are differences, and in this new organization, I want us all to be certain that there is the understanding that how you relate to a situation in urban Barbados may be different to the way you approach a similar situation in rural Barbados. There are people who say, and I'm quoting people because I don't want to make a judgment, really not in this forum, but there are people who say there's a difference between the country and the town in Barbados. I have also heard people say that there's a difference between town people and country people in Barbados. I've heard that the language that town people use is different from country people. And I see the Honourable Member for St. Andrew agreeing, because St. Andrew is considered sometimes even more rural than St. Peter. So even within rural Barbados, there are differences in approaches. And the new Urban and Rural Development Commission, once this bill is passed and all the other things that are to be done have been done, needs to recognize that even now, while it is a single organization, when it has become a single organization, that it has to understand the context within which it will be operating. And I share that out of my own thoughts, but that is also what the people of St. Peter, my constituents, would want me to share with this honorable chamber. Now, St. Peter has received some assistance, particularly with respect to damage caused by Hurricane Beryl. I don't think that there are any of us as members of Parliament, representatives of the people, duly elected, who are satisfied with the work that has been done. That is to say, the volume of the work. And that is not to bash the organizations too much, but we come to this place to be honest, and I am part of a party that values honesty. People share their views in this place and in the other place, and I am very open to varying views and differences of opinion. I believe that our responsibility is to argue our points, put forward our positions, and allow people to make decisions. So whereas we have received some level of assistance, we believe that more could have been done to assist us in St. Peter. We are aware, though, that were it not for these same organizations that we do not believe have done enough, were it not for these organizations, the challenges that we faced coming out of the freak storm and then I don't remember the name of the storm that happened around the same time, Elsa, and then Beryl, were it not for these organizations set up, like the Honourable Member for Christchurch West said earlier today when he introduced the bill, set up by my predecessor as Member of Parliament, the late Professor the Right Honourable Owen Seymour Arthur. If these organizations were not in place, that is to say the Rural Development Commission and the Urban Development Commission, we would have had greater challenges in addressing the needs of the people of this country who were impacted, negatively impacted by Beryl and by Elsa and by the freak storm. And so we recognize that the entities were set up for a specific reason. They were set up so that people who are vulnerable, people who cannot afford insurance, people who sometimes we say, and I'm not, well, let me just put it in economic terms because it's not a phrase I like, but we say at the bottom of the ladder. Just let me say at the bottom of the economic ladder. These institutions were established so that those persons who a society must help, if it is to be considered a civilized society. These organizations were established so that the persons who need the collective assistance can receive the collective assistance. These organizations were established because, as a party, we recognize that there are things that all of us have to pitch in and put in a pool so that those who need can get the assistance. That is the philosophy from which we operate. The Urban Development Commission and the Rural Development Commission were established for that purpose, to take taxpayers' dollars from all of us to help those of us who really need the assistance. Transitioning to an Urban and Rural Development Commission does not alter the philosophy that established the original institutions. The establishment or the transition to an urban and rural development commission must not be allowed to alter the philosophy that underpinned the establishment of the Urban Development Commission and the Rural Development Commission. I say that, Mr. Speaker, and I repeated it because human beings, sometimes we can be a little bit funny. We can be a little bit strange sometimes. And I say we, because I'm a human being as well. Sometimes when we hear about transitioning and moving forward, too often we lose touch with our roots. We believe that we have graduated. So there are people in Barbados, again, use this as an example. There are people in Barbados who will tell you which secondary school they went to, but will not remember their primary school if they feel that other people consider their primary school to be a no-name school. So they will tell you that they went to St. Giles or Wesley Hall, you know, but they may not want to tell you that they went to Black Bess. That's where I went to school, proudly so. They may not want to tell you that they went to St. Clement's. They may be happy to say they went to Charles F. Broome. So there is this thing in human beings about moving on, moving forward, which sometimes causes a disconnect with the past. The new organization, the Urban and Rural Development Commission, must remain rooted and grounded in the philosophy that underpinned the establishment of its originating institutions. It is being set up, it meaning the new entity, is being set up to do the same thing as the two original entities, but to do it better and more efficiently and more effectively. More efficiently, more effectively, better, but to do the same thing. To do what my predecessor as Member of Parliament called to stop, well, to help, because there's only one arm of government, but to stop poor people from being poor. That is what these entities were set up to do. And that is the reason why, Mr. Speaker, you had situations where they helped people with housing, why they provided roads, short roads in communities, why they give small loans to persons who were repairing, who were setting up business. The idea was to empower people who could not do what some people who have distorted minds call pulling yourself up by your bootstraps. You know, I don't know, well, I think I know what they mean, but I do not agree. Not everybody got even boots. So you can't pull yourself up by your bootstraps if you don't have boots. This organization and its legacy institutions were set up to help people to move forward in terms of their economic development. And when you talk about housing and roads, you're talking maybe less about economic development and more so about social development, or maybe socio-economic development. But a road that is paved, that leads to my house, that replaces a track, places me in a very different frame of mind. In a Barbados that is becoming, or has become very material in terms of, not material in terms of the dialectical method in that area, but material in terms of people wanting a lot of material things. People sometimes are embarrassed to invite people to their homes when their homes are not in good repair and when the access to their homes is not good. And so when a house is repaired and the road to that house is made good, put in a decent state, that person is in a different frame of mind. The Urban and Rural Development Commission, when it comes into being, must continue to understand why it exists. It is important that all those who become involved, who transition with it, who become involved in its leadership and in the actual workings, they must continue to remember the reason for the organization. I think I've said enough on that. If I move past the reason for the organization, I also, and in this, I join a view expressed by the Honourable Member for Christchurch South. The matter of respect for heritage is also one that must be maintained. And if it does not exist, it must come into play. There is a proclivity in Barbados to destroy. Destroying has become, and I've seen it about twice in Spite Sound. Once with respect to, let me give it in chronological order. With respect to Arlington House, a building constructed by the enslaved for people who were not enslaved. But there was an attempt to destroy that building because of some issues, some engineering issues. And the tendency just to lick down things because you can't exercise your brain to figure out how to fix it is a challenge for me. You cannot default to licking down. A number of people had to spend some money, engage some people in high office to save Arlington House. Arlington House was to have been destroyed. The second one, which is one that is probably closer to my heart, is the house where C. Van Roland Edwards grew up. Now, that house started to have some challenges. And government agencies, and that's the reason why I'm raising it, because Urban and Rural Development Commission will be a government agency. Their first response was to attempt to knock down the whole house. A disrespect to the man who wrote the music to our national anthem. The man who wrote the music to words that said, "These fields and hills beyond recall are now our very own." People who grew up, and they didn't grow up stupid under the Union Jack, some of them grew up under the Trident. Initial response licked down the whole thing. We were able to, those who were really active in the fight, and I pay a lot of debt, there's a lot of debt due to Mr. Edwards' nephew, Mr. Woodruff. The compromise was that the top was taken off and the bottom, there is a two-story building in Spite Sound on Chapel Street. The bottom was retained. The Urban and Rural Development Commission, as it comes into existence, must respect the heritage and the history of this country. They must respect the work of our enslaved ancestors who built structures in this country. They must not do what was done in Allendale to build what is now the Charles Duncan O'Neill Highway. You push down all the huts, those structures that were used by the recently emancipated ancestors. Push them down. I care about them. You make the road to take into account a tree that is old, but you lick down the buildings where my ancestors used to live. The Urban and Rural Development Commission must recognize the philosophy upon which it is built and must have respect for the heritage of this country and for the vernacular of a lot of design that we heard spoken about earlier today in this debate. While I speak about housing, Mr. Speaker, I will repeat, and I've said it many times in this honorable chamber, but I have to repeat it because it remains a concern. I know that the honorable member for St. George South is aware and is attempting to see how the ministry could work in this kind of a situation. And I understand the challenges, but it is a matter of creating housing in communities. We bemoan the breakdown of family, the breakdown of communities. We hear, for example, and this is just 2 weeks ago, of large schools built for hundreds, now inhabited during school time by 100, just over 100, sometimes less than 100. Mr. Speaker, I'm of the view that we have to create housing solutions within existing communities. We have to create housing solutions within existing communities. We cannot, as a government, we cannot, as a country, preside over the, in some cases, urbanization. The only words that are coming to me now are not words that I would want to use. But bringing, and I'm not talking about any bad, what we call bad words, but disparaging words, and this is what I'm trying to say. We cannot preside over bringing people from the villages across this country and putting them into clusters. That has its benefits. That has its place. Barbados cannot develop without some of those. But in Barbados, we also must develop housing solutions within communities. There are lots of people in urban and rural Barbados who want to remain in their communities. People want to remain, generally speaking, where they grew up. Because we now live in a Barbados where what used to be far, far, far is not that far because of highways that have been built. Most of them under the Barbados Labour Party. And so places are not as far, as remote as they once were. And when you drive around Barbados, you see people building significantly sized houses in some of the remotest, what could have been considered some of the remotest places in this country. But we have to find a way. And I said when I started on this point to say that I said that I understand the reason why we sometimes go in the direction we go. It is much more economical to do a greenfield site that can accommodate 200 houses, 100 houses, and build. There is one set of services, one set of, so it is economically feasible. We understand that what we do using taxpayers' money. So we don't want to waste the money. And that is the reason why we have these clusters of houses. So that what I'm saying is really less to the Honourable Member for St. George South and more to Barbados. And I say more to Barbados because I want us, Barbadians, to understand that creating those units in smaller numbers in existing communities may mean a larger outlay of money per unit. We may not get the economies of scale. And I'm really pleading with Barbadians to understand that the money will not go as far, but the social benefit, I believe that the social benefit will outweigh the extra economic costs. And it is something that we have to do as a government, but that the people of our country must allow us to do as we spend their money. I just left, like I said, Speightstown, the funeral of one who came into Six Mens and became a part of Six Mens. And Obviously, many of the persons attending that funeral this afternoon of Mr. Cox are from Six Mains. And the people of Six Mains have made it very clear to me that I, after they have voted for me, must not allow a discussion on housing in this honorable chamber where they sent me and where they have the power to unsend me. They have indicated to me very clearly that I must not speak in a debate in this place on housing without saying very loudly and clearly that the matter of land tenure in Six Mains must be resolved. It must be resolved. I know that the Honourable Senior Minister, Acting Prime Minister, has been working on that. I've had initial conversations with the Honourable Member for St. George South, the Minister of Housing as well. But I have to say, and I have to say it loudly, the matter of land tenure in Six Mains has been outstanding for far too long, since the early 1970s. All kinds of people have tried to resolve it. It must be settled. The people who have lived there for generations must have title to the land that they and their ancestors have inhabited for decades. It must be solved, and I will not ease up in terms of lending my voice to that effort. As I close, Mr. Speaker, I want to just speak a little bit on the actual transition. And I want to say this in the context of being maybe the principal minister in cabinet responsible for matters of interest to workers. And I assure not just the employees of the Urban Development Commission and the Rural Development Commission, but I also assure Barbadians more generally. I assure Barbadians more generally that the workers who now are employed by the Urban Development Commission and the Rural Development Commission, those workers will not be disadvantaged. They will not be disadvantaged. This Barbados Labour Party has done a number of amalgamations already since we've come into office, and our track record is that we do not allow persons to be disadvantaged in these attempts to bring greater efficiency and effectiveness to the work of government in this country. And so we've adopted a concept which I got from my former permanent secretary. She would always say, Minister, I am putting my foot on every rung of the ladder. And that was to say, I am not going to allow us to make any mistakes. And I must say, I'm talking to a person who is also a former trade union leader. And so we've developed a method that allows us to make sure that at every step of the way, workers and their organizations are involved in whatever we do. And I'm happy to say that the Honourable Senior Minister, Acting Prime Minister, has been, along with the persons who are actually working with making this a reality, have been ensuring that the workers' representatives are involved in this process all along the way. As a matter of fact, as he said earlier, the Honourable Member said earlier, we are able to bring this bill to this Honourable Chamber because we have already had long discussions with the workers' representatives. The discussions are not concluded, and there are still other matters to be addressed. But we are comfortable that the workers and their representatives, or the workers through their representatives, feel satisfied with where we are at the moment. That is how we operate as a Barbados Labour Party government. We make things better for the country, but we make sure that the workers are not disadvantaged. And so if there are persons who ought not to transition and not to, well, there will be, whatever is offered will be something that is decent to those workers. It will be negotiated, like how we do everything, and we'll make sure that those workers are satisfied. And as the Honourable Acting Prime Minister also said, it may be that some of them could find opportunities, economic opportunities, with the Urban and Rural Development Commission, the new entity. The final thing I want to say, Mr. Speaker, is that sometimes a new organization that sounds like a larger organization, so we move from a Rural Development Commission and an Urban Development Commission to a Rural and Urban Development Commission. So I'm not sure, I may have the order incorrect. I'm not sure which comes first. Rural and Urban. Well, as MP for St. Peter, I'm happy with that ordering. Mr. Speaker, you may not be, but I am happy. But we have not left off urban. And it's not second because we forgot to put it first. It is alphabetical. Okay, so rural comes before urban. And I'm not saying that because I want the organization to operate in that way, but if it did, I wouldn't complain. But sometimes when we move from small organization to large organization, there may be a feeling that some of the nimbleness could be lost. I am satisfied that through the work of the Honourable Senior Minister, Acting Prime Minister, that will not happen. But I want to say to you and through you to those who will work in the new organization, that a new, larger organization must not become a less nimble organization. Nimbleness in this case, Mr. Speaker, does not have to reflect size necessarily. And I end where I began to say that if there is a good grasp of the philosophy that underpins the organization, there will be no need to make real any perception that a new, larger organization will be any less nimble, any less flexible than either of its original organizations. A larger organization, but set on the same philosophy of helping ordinary people, must recognize that in order to do that, it must be nimble. As a matter of fact, the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central would want me to say it must be able to pivot, and pivot quickly, because things happen, and people who are vulnerable need that shoulder, whether it's an economic shoulder or a social shoulder to lean on. The organization must be nimble, must not believe that now that it is larger, it must become bogged down in a greater bureaucratic kind of system. And so, Mr. Speaker, I am really happy to be able to stand here to support this bill, the Rural and Urban Development Commission bill, the bill that will bring together these two institutions. I look forward to Barbados being served even better when this organization comes into being, because it comes into being built on the learnings coming out of a number of decades of operation of the Urban Development Commission and the Rural Development Commission. It is new, but not brand new. It is new as an amalgamated institution. It is not new because it is built on the experiences, the lived experiences of its foundation entities. And so, Mr. Speaker, I am fully persuaded that based on what we have learned through the existence of the two original institutions, that this new institution, the Rural and Urban Development Commission, will serve Barbados well, will serve the vulnerable in this country well, will serve those who need the assistance well, and that Barbados will be able to be judged as a truly civilized society because we look out for those who need the assistance, who may not be able to look out for themselves. I'm obliged to you.
Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the suspension of the chamber until 5:30 p.m.
The question is that this honourable chamber be suspended until 5:30 p.m. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. This honourable chamber stands suspended until 5:30 p.m.
Honourable members, this sitting is now resumed. When the resumption was taken, we were at order number 7, and to that we shall revert. Honourable member for St. Michael East.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Chair. I have been rather mute for a considerable time. I was about to say a gag for a considerable time,
Yeah,
but my colleague, my friend from St. Peter, delivered one of the most comprehensive presentations with a philosophy that ran consistently with a common trajectory. It was a beautiful piece of political embroidery. Some people speak on issues and you have to spend 10 years of your life trying to untangle the things that they're saying. But this was very clear, and it was a lesson to me. And somehow, I don't have the capacity to deliver it the way in which he did, but the clarity itself was inspiring. Ma'am, we don't change institutions for the sake of changing institutions. Historic circumstances always change institutions. And this marriage today between rural and urban derived from the birth and the consistency and commonality stem from the second half of the 1990s until now. There's always a reason why a government, and in particular this government, would have seen it necessary to have a rural and an urban institution like the one that we have up to this moment, until this bill goes to the stage of becoming law. In the 1990s, when I came into Parliament, one of the greatest prime ministers in the history of the Caribbean, and there are two prime ministers that I consider to be two of the greatest because of their influence not only on 166 square miles, but because of the influence they had on the entire Caribbean. I remember then we were focusing on eradication of poverty. We were talking about social transformation. And in all the social services and even in the economic entities and government. Prime Minister then, Onafa, was talking about economic transformation, social transformation, to the point that even a ministry was called social transformation. And urban and rural became a subsection of social transformation. The Prime Minister said then that he wasn't happy with the way in which the Ministry of Housing and Lands and the National Housing Corporation was delivering the services. And he felt that because he had to move at a rapid pace to eradicate poverty, he needed two institutions. The philosophy between the two institutions were the same, but he was influenced by what was needed or what was demanded in the rural communities and what was demanded within the urban communities. The density of the population was in the urban areas, and he put a whole social policy. It was the reformation of the social policy of the government at the time. So this was not just continuing government as usual. And the decision to have those two institutions was grounded in the report that came from the Inter-American Development Bank on poverty. If you go back to the data, it focuses on addressing certain issues under the umbrella of poverty. And housing was one of the main ones, and it indicated that the younger population of the country were in need of housing. Now, my problem with this, and has always been, especially everybody talking about housing, you only need housing if there's homelessness. Other people talk about housing, but they can't understand because they don't know what homelessness means. But when a man sleeps in the street and he has his lucidity, he understands what housing means. When you come up different parts of the urban communities, on the shops at night, on the different government institutions that carry canopies, and you see men sleeping underneath there. These people understand what housing means because it's hopeless. When a man comes out of the mental hospital because not that he'll be fully restored to normality or normacy, whichever is the correct term. The Americans say one thing, the British say the other. Huh? No, all too right. All of us, all to them right. All to right. You think I would believe that the British right and the Americans are right? Right now we still got to find it right there for ourselves. But all of us right. So we quite understand the justification why reform was necessary. There's nobody can understand the importance of providing homes for human beings than people who lived in slavery and colonialism. There's no minister who should not understand at different points in our history where we had to use the land of a big plantation like Barbados, as it was. The only thing it got is Barbara right around the boundaries. The whole country was a plantation. From north to south, from east to west, one big plantation. The biggest plantation in human existence was Barbados. And the people who control it, the people who stole these lands, never focus any attention on housing for us. And this should always be a very passionate debate. I don't believe that the debate should only occur at the level of Parliament. The evidence is echoing in the communities. What you see a few days ago shapes the policy and tell us when we are doing something right or wrong. The shaping of a housing policy must come from among the people. And that's why he said it's about homelessness. A man who walks down at night and pick up card can't get a house because the criteria, even if the houses were available, and they're not available, the criteria is so severe that he will live a whole lifetime and never own a house. I always of the opinion that if you really want to understand how critical this thing is, don't put it under the umbrella of need for housing, stereotyping this thing. And people hear you talk about housing, they can't even imagine that you just want a one-bedroom unit in the Pine, or they've never experienced these things. They don't understand the ramifications of when the housing is secondary housing or inferior housing in comparison to where they live. People got 3 bedrooms, 6 toilets, a bath, like they live in a hotel. You know what it is for a person who live in a house and don't even have a toilet? So the people in the communities demanding the quality of housing that they need. And so the emphasis in 1998, that's when he came here, the emphasis was on the eradication of poverty, and housing came to be one of the elements that we need to address. And the Prime Minister then put urban development to also execute the policy which came out of the Territory Freehold Purchasing Act. Because you can't divorce land from housing. You can't divorce a pen from ink. And the Prime Minister Urban will be responsible for executing the Territory Freehold Purchasing Act. Now, I want to ask the question, what is happening with the commitment that we have made in law to paying the additional sum beyond the $250 that the tenants the tenants-in-law must pay if, for example, the land costs $6 per square foot. The state has agreed to pay the additional $3.50. And that's what I'm saying, that the policy must be shaped by the people. When the representative of St. Peter say that the people of 6 Mains hold this view about the dragging of the feet of Parliament. You didn't say it that way, but that's the only way it's come up with. He obviously was saying, this is what the policy should be. This thing has been dragging too long. We need to address it. If we got big-head men and big-head women in Parliament, and you have problems in St. Peter, especially of the kind, and I think if I have some idea of what was happening down there, the people in the Fish Bay were a bit uneasy on what the policy would have been, and if they would be displaced from the specific area. Then we must come as men and women, especially at the level of Parliament, and have a discussion on that. But it's something that's been lingering for a long time. I've seen many papers on it. Many papers. I am one of the people who's strongly against any Chinese housing. Them boxes, I against them. This ain't got nothing to do with the minister or disliking or liking against. When the present prime minister invite me to inspect them with the mic constituency, I would not even go in the building. I was scared that it collapsed for me. I see the main assembly in these things. I cannot even believe that a country will sell these things to a dependent state like Barbados. I am no architect. I don't go understand angles, quality of material, but I can see. I know that they don't have any back doors. So the housing policy, and it's not the minister's fault. It's these people want to dump all kinds of inferior commodities, including houses, on small states. No rising out of the ashes. And end up discrediting the whole country and discrediting ministers. The minister can say that, I can say it. Now that we have the urban, I know that those jobs were done by NHC, but now that we have the urban, I have a lot more to say on that, but not now. But now that we have the UDC, it must not be just seen as a change in the physical construct of two institutions come together. It must be part of a reform of government's policy. So it's just a matter of interpreting. It's a matter of interpreting how things are done. And not to be always pointing a finger at persons who don't even know what is likely to be done, especially when you sign contracts with these people. The history of the Chinese is well known to everybody living in black states, whether it's on the African continent or anywhere in the diaspora. We know how these people operate. I'm not talking about racism. We know how these people operate. And we must not fool ourselves. We must not play a secondary role to anybody, any other human beings on the face of the earth. That is why I made the point just now. If I call a word and the Americans accustomed to use it and the British accustomed to use it, I get settled for the standards of the British and say, no, that is the correct word. I might even look for the dialect if I do it, but I am so mentally poisoned by British influence that the only thing that can come to mind is how the British describe this or what the British say it is. What the British say it is. This policy must also reflect an understanding of where we are now in relation to urban development, also rural development. This new policy, not just urban and rural come together, and I believe that regulations and discussions over a period of time, the two departments will be able to even broaden their responsibilities. And I say, as you start talking about housing, and you start to stereotype people, you believe that one man deserves a house and another man don't deserve it. And the man, somebody that deserves the house, is a man that rightfully said, in a different context, but a man that don't have shoes. And he steps into the new amalgam of urban and rural, and people got the same mindset. So a man that really deserves a house, you only want a little one bedroom. But you feel you can't give it to him. I see it. And then these people out there, they know that they deserve a house. But they also know how people perceive them. And they don't ask for a house. And we preside over a whole set of homeless people walking all around, especially in urban, the most densely and the most commercially active areas, looking for some way to sleep at night because they got to concentrate on their safety. When the Treasury building was there, people sleep out there at night. They go look for Hans Shalidas, Frank B. Armstrong, all these people, and get card boxes and make beds. You can't be a man or a woman from in this parliament and see that every day and every night and be devoid of any feelings and concerns for these people. Many times when people of a certain nature who are victims of people who only 10 years ago were in the same situation come to me, I have to call the minister that's responsible for welfare. And he has to explain to officers, no, you gotta give them a hand. A lady called me this morning, for example. She has 4 children, don't work. She told me she'd get $100 and something from the welfare department, and one of the children, I can't remember it is autism or what. So she said, Mr. Prescott, I ain't got no money. Can you bring something for me? These things that you hear every day. We are, in my view, when we talk about urban and rural, this is an extension of the welfare policy. This is an extension of the welfare policy. The welfare department give food hampers and so on. We have to provide housing for these people. And in many cases, I remember Prime Minister Owen Arthur put $10 million inside the poverty fund, executed by Urban, and at times by the welfare department, to address other elements of poverty, to make sure, according to the Honourable member from St. Peter, following the maxim of we have to stop poor people from being poor. It's just a few lines, but it is significant in the manner in which we execute our social policies across Barbados. And the reality is that bureaucrats, if it can be done, bureaucrats must also share something in common with us when it comes to having that same philosophical guidance that comes from the actual rationale of the members of parliament and the government itself. You can't have a policy, I was going to call it socialist rev, but I believe that if Professor Arthur was here, or even Professor George Bell, well, he was still, I believe both persons would be rather proud of him. I believe that they would have been proud of him. I listened to the speech from beginning to the end. I haven't had a smile in Parliament for a long time, right? But I said, this is clarity, right? And I really believe that lots of us in politics, BLP or DLP talk, should let me know if you're a demon or human. And I know if you're a demon or human. And you know if you're a demon because you belong to the DLP or if you belong to the BLP. I listen to the things you say. And obviously, I got to watch your action too. But everybody that says to us, they believe that we should help to eradicate poverty and lift up people and things of that nature, don't listen to them. The first thing I gotta hear first, and I don't hear them. But we need people in the House of Assembly, not to be quarreling about which party you belong to. If you get here, you got to help people, brother. You can keep branch meetings every day and every night, but when you're in the seat, everybody coming to you. And they ask you to resolve their problems. So the advance, and the party only makes a difference if there's something that that party believes in that the opposing party don't believe in. And if it is your job is to prove that the other one don't believe in it. And that is what this new institution must set an example in this new program, not just because we bridge two entities together and call it one. The Christians will talk about 2 in 1 and 1 in 2 and 3 in 1 and 2, all that. It is a new institution having to deal with new things, carrying the same label, just like my father was Prescott and I'm Prescott, and hopefully my offspring will be called Prescott too, right? Hopefully. And hopefully that... hopefully they won't tell me my dad is Humphrey. My head too big. The things that act of reform, so we're expecting to see the new institution expand its focus. The width of the focus was there before, but I think that we should now look to see how, when people leave the mental hospital, when people leave prison, we're talking about integrating the people back into this mainstream of the society itself. When you come out from prison, your family don't want you. Society don't want you sometimes, because if they feel like you did something wrong, people feel like they can do it always till eternity. Nobody can, if somebody by accident embrace you and put you on a job, and they look around and miss the glasses that probably fell on the ground, the bodies look at you first to see if you take them and put them in your pocket. And we got to be a government with a difference. Give these people opportunities. I understand that sometimes these people are also homeless people. And homeless people need a home. Lots of the people that walk around, everybody ain't got to be stuck in the institution. You look at them and put them in an institution, and certain people ain't going in no institution. And when you go in the institution, you get stigmatized in the institution. We can look to build houses too. The government was once there. They once had a welfare program. This is still a welfare program. We had a welfare program before at the National Assistance Board, and we had one at the Welfare Department. We knew that there were people that don't have money to pay rent. And the government, nothing too expensive, but they provide something that these people can live and sleep within the precincts of a small house that people used to call welfare houses. NAB houses. It helped to preserve the health of our brothers and sisters. And I believe that there are even more people of that kind than people who can't pay rent. I'm coming home, man. But I also must reflect on you, Madam Deputy Speaker, who also serve as minister and a government representative, and you would have had the experience of seeing some of these people coming to you on a daily basis and asking for help. They had no home, they had no money, they had no clothes at the welfare department. I don't know what has happened. I don't know when these things were changed, but the welfare department produced a small house. I don't know what the size of it was. I'm not so good at that, but most likely a little 4x6 thing at the front and a little 4x6 at the back. And those people live happily. If you see the curtains, I don't know, you call it the things in those houses then, they used to call them blungs. The bigger houses got curtains and drapes and things of that nature. But these people was extremely happy with the government's offer to help them. And they're developing that house when they had good jobs, and then they moved out of the houses. So I'm saying that urban and rural structurally combined, but I also believe that it must go a little further and have new interpretations of the various tenets. Well, you can change them. You don't have to change the legislation. How if there's a homeless, you know it's homelessness. But you can't leave out the people that I just said you can find in Cedar Street, in Reed Street, in Bay Street, by the Esplanade, and many other locations around Barbados. You know, Madam Chair, this is the last piece. You know, when we tried to tackle that, when they had the sunset legislation for cricket, ma'am, you would have known my experience in that period of history when they said that I was the first man that brought a bill to cabinet and criticized the bill. I asked, give me a chance to speak on the bill. I never write a bill yet. People in the ministry write all types of foolishness and then tell me that the police will be allowed to come and pick up the people off the street. I said, I would never be part of that. I didn't care who write it. I am not doing that. I don't know who belong to me be out there on the street at night because they don't have anything to eat, they don't have any home to go to. That police go take up the man and put him in jail, but the police can't carry the place else. That direction will have to come from somebody who has a medical background, and I was told then that at least 2 doctors will have to confirm that you're unworthy to be on the street. So we looked at it then because we had World Cup. We had World Cup, so we looked at it then, and we wanted to move all the so-called vagrants, that's a strange word, off the street and put them in jail because they're vagrants. They didn't logic. It is not logic. So, Madam Chair, I'm a bit rusty. And so I guess before you get rusty. I'm a bit rusty. But I am happy, Madam Chair, that I have a brother from St. Peter who said some things today. And my brother from Christchurch, who today said to me, you have to speak. And he was not even begging me to speak. He was saying to me, I have to speak on this particular issue because I don't know what worth would I have if I didn't speak on poverty and poor housing conditions and the marriage between urban and rural development. I wish the minister all the best in terms of executing the policies in relation to the restructuring of the urban and rural development.
Honourable member for Christchurch, please.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I rise to support the Rural and Urban Development Commission Bill 2025. Madam Deputy Speaker, I grew up hearing about the UDC and RDC, and like many others, I knew they were both designed to help assist persons out of poverty, help put persons in housing, help persons to enhance their circumstances and their livelihoods. But why the UDC dealt with one set of people and the RDC dealt with another set of people, and where the boundaries lay and what the cutoff point was, and was a mystery to me, like it was, quite frankly, to the rest of Barbados. The persons who benefited from the assistance provided by the RDC knew that the RDC was for them, but they didn't necessarily know why the UDC was not. So I am glad for the explanation tendered by the Honourable Member for St. Michael East, because that cleared up a lot of confusion and misconception from persons. And I mean, if we're honest today was, in addition to the contributions served in many instances as a teaching moment for a lot of persons, helping them to understand the framework which formed the collective to assist Barbadians out of poverty. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I came face to face with the workings and the operations of both UDC and the RDC in a major way, because disaster management is under my portfolio. And after we were visited with the destruction occasioned by Hurricane Elsa and the freak storm, destruction pretty much on a scale that had never or not recently been seen in Barbados, requiring perhaps the largest mass-based infrastructural mobilization in our history, that I then began to fully realize what RDC meant, what UDC meant, where the boundaries were, and why, quite frankly, we were wasting time having two separate organizations that, when it came out of crunch time, chipped in to do exactly the same thing. So I want to start from the outset by thanking the officers of the UDC, RDC, and those from the National Housing Corporation as well, because as we weathered Hurricane Elsa and the freak storm, and if you looked outside at any time during either of the two of those, and you saw the trees bending, and you heard your own roof rattling, and you saw things flying past, you knew that while you might have been safe in your house, there were persons who were not safe in theirs. Circumstances did not allow them to be as safe in their house as you were in yours. As we got the warning, as we went from a watch to a warning, as the time drew nigh, and most persons were doing their preparations, the preparations are the same. The preparations are move all garbage from out of your yard, anything that could be loose and be a missile, clear your gutters, clear your drains, stock up on water, all of the normal things that we get during the hurricane season. And as persons rushed to do that, and those who had shutters put up shutters, and in many of the government buildings, as we were under pressure, National Housing was going out there and putting up plywood shutters on a lot of the schools, the hurricane shelters, certain key government installations, to batten us down and best prepare us to weather the storm. As we were making the preparations to make ourselves comfortable, there were certain people in Barbados, Madam Chair, Madam Deputy Speaker, who knew that there was no preparation that they could do to save their house. There was no preparation. I have urged people over and over to be honest with themselves about the state of their living conditions, because it might make a difference to their life. I have told this story before, and I'll tell it again. There were two families in my constituency, two, that we were concerned about in particular. didn't know how the houses were standing day by day. And we knew that there was no chance of these houses surviving a storm. No chance. And so said, so done. Before Hurricane Elsa came, we went specifically to those two families and said, y'all need to go into shelters. Your house cannot withstand a storm. And I don't know what it is about Barbadians, mom, and the attachment to house. I would never stay in a house, right, that I think I'm going to lose, because my life, I could build back a house. I could be homeless. I'll find somebody to build a house for me. I can't get back my life. But I came face to face without my own parents. My parents were in their house and they said, look, come by me. And my senior parents, I don't want to give their ages, one over 90, one just under 90, right? Ripe old age. My senior parents refused to move. They were not coming by me, they were sticking it out in their house. And that is the approach of a lot of Barbadians. We will stick it out in our house. When I ask the people, why would you not move? That's what the shelters are there for. We will send somebody for you, take you to the shelter, and right after the event, we can bring you back. But Bajans collect, every Bajan wants to own a piece of the rock. And owning a piece of the rock does not just mean owning land. Owning a piece of the rock is the whole dream that goes with owning the piece of the rock, which includes owning the piece of the rock and the house on the piece of the rock. And the memories you collect, and the pictures that you hang up, and the plaque that you got for perfect attendance at primary school, and the little crystal thing that you got for going to church every Sunday for the early service, and selling the most tickets for the church fair. All of your life is encapsulated and displayed in your house, and you don't want to leave it. Madam Deputy Speaker, after begging and they refused to move, we went. As the person responsible for disaster management, I was taken to the DEM headquarters, where we manage the disasters from there. When the country's on lockdown, that's where we are to control what happens, the NUSC. 2 hours into the weather situation, I got a call from one of the persons. And that call was, I heard a lot of screaming in the background, I heard a lot of shouting, and the person was saying, Ms. Abrams, please, 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 send somebody for us now. And I told him, I cannot send anybody for you now. Because we were shut down, storm conditions were going on. And you're hearing the crying, and then the line got cut off. As soon, Madam Deputy Speaker, as soon as the all clear was given, my first visit was not to go and check my parents, not go and check by anybody else. My first trip was to find myself down to those two persons. And both houses had collapsed like a pack of cards. It is God's grace putting his finger on a family that nobody did. Both houses collapsed like a pack of cards. Right? I do not know how nobody died. In accordance with the gesture of ultimate social responsibility on the part of the Barbados government, the Prime Minister, the Cabinet, the entire party decided that this was the time we show that we care. And we undertook to repair every house that was damaged once the person was not in a position to repair it themselves. If you had insurance, well, then you deal with insurance. But where there was no insurance, as is the case of the majority of Barbadian houses, unfortunately, then we undertook, as a government, to repair the houses that could be repaired, and rebuild the houses for those whose houses could be rebuilt. Where did we turn for the assistance? There was a whole of government approach to the rebuilding process. The DEM and the DEOs collected the initial information and verified it. We went through the ministry responsible for social care, right? People empowerment, went through national housing. Pretty much almost every department of government was involved in trying to get people back on their feet and rectify the situation. But when it came down to the actual bricks and mortar, the actual replacement, the actual pinning back on the roofs, Madam Deputy Chair, that fell in the main to the UDC and RDC. And we've had persons who complain it took a long time to get back in your house. But with reports of over 1,700 houses damaged, everything ranging from roofs off to complete destructions. And then you had others, up to now, Madam Deputy, up to now, we still get people calling and asking if they can come under the ELSA program. We realize in that instance that we are not as prepared as we are for a massive rebuilding effort. And it is better to prepare yourself against the devastation than it is to try to rebuild after the event. UDC and RDC use a lot of local contractors, and by local contractors, I meant persons within the area. So if you're in the Pine, then chances are it was a contractor or somebody from near and around the Pine that dealt with your house. There was a lot of work to go, and a lot of contractors got work. But we recognize we could not rebuild as it was before. In most of the instances, the houses that were damaged had not just the roofs lost, but you had underlying other issues that made it impractical to repair those houses. UDC and RDC came up with a design, almost like a cookie cutter design for rebuilds. If it was a 2-bedroom, they had a 2-bedroom design. If it was a 3-bedroom, had a 3-bedroom design. If you go around Barbados, you can now see the evolution of the design of houses in Barbados. We went from the standard houses built in the 70s had a certain look. Houses built in the 80s had a certain look. The chattel houses had a certain look with the hip roofs, right? The old plantation style houses had a certain look with the, I forget what you call that thing where the roof is inside the wall. Parapet roofs, thank you, right? We have another design now. You can drive around Barbados and look and see the houses that were rebuilt under the ELSA program. They're made majority of cement board, which is remarkably strong and resilient. They're built off the ground. So they are not resting on the ground to get damp or termites. The houses have a space with a small, I don't want to say cellar, but they're raised off of the ground. All the houses have hurricane straps. All of them. And they are in the main exceedingly well constructed because they're supposed to be able to withstand the next storm of an ELSA kind or above. Not to make a plug for it, Madam Deputy Chair, because this is not my position to make a plug, but there was a recent fire, I believe it was in St. Peter. There was a recent fire where a number of houses burned. And the one house that was left standing was one of the recently constructed houses out of cement board. So as the other wooden houses around it burned, the cement board appeared to prove its resilience by being the sole standing house in a landscape of charred properties. It shows that we have built to a certain standard. It shows we've improved the housing stock. The practical reality, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that the houses that were most damaged were the houses at the bottom of the housing stock. The houses that were the most vulnerable. The houses that were in need of repair or rebuilding in any event, and the persons were not in a position to do it. So while UDC and RDC and housing took out the mantle and replace the houses, as the Honourable Member for St. Michael East said, the purpose of those was to provide housing for persons who would otherwise be homeless, persons who cannot afford to build or maintain their own property. So UDC and RDC fulfilled its mandate, albeit in the aftermath of a disaster, and they did it not by a separation of UDC and RDC and the philosophical ideals that informed the formative differentiations between the two organizations. They did it on a blanket of let us now repair and rehouse for the persons who now have no housings following a disaster. So I wish to commend the persons from UDC and RDC who worked hard and tirelessly over a couple of years to assist Barbadians in getting back on their feet. The other thing, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that where the rebuilds were taking some time, where persons admitted that, you know, my house sustained some damage, it is uncomfortable to live here, but it's still livable, a lot of Barbadians opted to help themselves. So the facility of the UDC and RDC then was expanded not just to rebuild, but if you got a contractor or a carpenter or somebody who could rebuild your house or repair your house, to give a quote, and the quote is verified, as in this is what is needed to deal with this house, and the person could undertake to stand the expense of the workmanship, and the UDC and RDC stepped up to purchase the lumber and purchase the supplies to get the houses constructed. So we went through a multifaceted approach to this. For those who could not afford it, UDC and RD stepped up and did it all. For those who could afford it, and I want to commend some Barbadians. I want to commend Barbadians because you did not have the whole scale sector of persons trying to take advantage of the situation. People realized it was a small pot of money. And that pot of money had to service all. And that some people lost everything. And the number of persons, it was a couple hundred persons who actually opted, I think probably about 300, Senior Minister, probably about 300 persons who opted just to take the materials and deal with the rebuilds themselves. And I want to commend them for being responsible in understanding that this was not a free-for-all. Now, the one thing I have to say is that we need to look as a country at how we can make insurance affordable for all. Because we can't have a situation again. The government is not in a position again to do what it did during Elsa and the Freeze Storm. That's the reality, right? We have a hurricane strap program that is going on right now. I think we are close to having strapped close to over 1,000 houses. And the hurricane strap program is still going. It is available. Anybody who wants to have hurricane straps applied to their property can contact the DEM and make arrangements to have the straps applied. They will send somebody to you. You can get the straps yourself and apply them. A lot of people don't want to do that. The DEM will send persons to your house to apply the straps. What we have had, though, in many instances, person not understanding what the criteria are. So it's convenient here to give that criteria. For the straps to be put on your house, the rafters need to be exposed. Because a lot of people think you strap down the galvanized. You don't strap down the galvanized. You strap the rafters down. So if the galvanized was to go in a weather event, you still have the frame on which you can put back galvanized or put back tarpaulin or effect some other covering to your property. But what we've discovered as well is that a lot of the houses where persons wanted to have hurricane straps applied, that the houses, quite frankly, it made no sense to put on these straps. The walls were as thin as, the uprights were as thin as paper. Some of them were unfit for the straps, but those then were brought to the attention of government, and those names were then passed back on to the same UDC and RDC who assisted many of those people in actually effecting repairs to the structure of the house that you could then put on the straps and make your house resilient. So out of bad came good. Out of the worst came salvation of some sort. We acknowledge the weakness of our housing stock. We had no choice but to acknowledge it because the most vulnerable was flattened. The call has gone out for insurance. It is accepted that insurance is expensive. But everybody who can insure their property should actually insure their property. Why? It has been said, and I will say it again, I do not think that the government will ever be in a position to do again what it did on the last occasion. People have to work to make their houses more resilient. All the new builds, the template is there. I am sure a person wanting to build their own house now can actually go to the National Housing Corporation and ask them for advice on how to make the house resilient. All of the auxiliary builds have been rebuilt to make them as close to hurricane resistant as you can get. It's in the design, it is in the straps, it's on all the little add-ons to make the house as resilient as you can get. So there's no excuse now to build at less than. Any person who is building a house in Barbados and who has the resources to do so should build their house to withstand at least a Category 1, a Category 2. If you are not financially in a position to build your house that way, that's when you reach out to the Rural and Urban Development Commission after the passage of this legislation to say, I would like to but I can't, I need the assistance. That is what it is there for, whatever name it is called. It is now the amalgam of the two, because as I said at the beginning, there was no need to have it as two. We all understand what it does. This is to provide housing solutions for those who can't afford it. This is to provide the assistance for those who require the assistance to get the housing solutions that they can't afford. This is meant to enfranchise those who are otherwise disenfranchised and to provide the housing that is required so that even the most vulnerable in Barbados have a basic standard of house that they can live in. Now, I do believe the time has come for us to look and find a solution to the insurance issue. That's the reality. There are some people who will never be able to afford insurance for their house. But at the end of the day, if the house goes, they can't afford to put it back up, and the government can't afford to put it back up either. Not on the scale that we did before. So at some point in time, we need to figure out, and I know discussions have been going on, we need to figure out what is the solution, because there must be a solution. A solution must be found. The person that the house was rebuilt for, fallen Elsa, must be able to get some level of insurance to cover that. Otherwise, we would have wasted our time. Something must be put in place to spread that risk across a wider base than Barbados alone. The reality, Madam Deputy Speaker, we're changing. Times are changing. The climate is changing. When I was a child growing up, if you managed to get a hurricane, Category 5 in a year, right? That was an awful thing. Years would pass and you would not get a Category 5 storm. Right now we're getting Category 5s every year. And not just that, but the systems are coming earlier and leaving later. The climate has changed. We cannot bury our heads in the sand. We dodged a bullet the other day with Beryl. Beryl passed 100 miles, the effects were 100 miles off the south of Barbados, and yet it didn't damage houses, but it tore up the coast. It damaged St. Peter in a most major way, that St. Peter is still recovering from the damage occasioned by Beryl. 6 men's. So it's not just the wind, we're looking at all of the multi-hazards associated with the climate change and the climate crisis. So we now know it is getting worse. We can't, with the knowledge of knowing it is getting worse, continue to do things as we did for decades. We now need to build and adapt to expect the worst. We have been warned. Madam Deputy Speaker, I will say one other thing to wrap up. A number of people have been complaining that they were not able to get their houses rebuilt or even repaired. The reality is government can only do what government can do. And government must also respect the rights of the landowner in this situation. So in some instances where persons were on property without the consent of the landowner, when the house was destroyed, if the landowner objected to the house going back there, then National Housing Corporation could not act illegally to construct a house on property that did not belong to the affected person, contrary to the rights of the landowner. Some people didn't want to hear that. They say it was family land, and there were some issues. We'll admit there were some issues, but I wish to just explain this. Where persons had title to the property or the permission of the title holder, they were accommodated either by the RDC, the UDC, or the National Housing Corporation. Where, even in some instances, where title could not be proved immediately, but there was no opposition to the reconstruction or the repairs of the houses, those were even done. But where the landowner stepped forward in many instances to say, I do not give permission for a house to go back on my land or to go back there, then as much as we feel sorry for and feel the pain of the person who lost the house, there is nothing that the government can do. The government and the agencies of the government cannot be used to participate in or facilitate an illegality. That is the harsh reality. So for those people, we sympathize, we empathize. Reach out to the National Housing Corporation and ask them to assist you in some other way. But in terms of rebuilding where you were, if it was not your property and the landowner says they don't want a house back there, then the government cannot put a house back there, no matter how sorry we feel for you. We cannot put a house back there in breach of the law and in breach of the rights of the owner of the property. The last thing, Madam Deputy Speaker, is I want to commend the small contractors that stepped up. In many instances, we discovered a lot of the National Housing Corporation and UDC and RDC now have a larger pool of persons from which to draw to construct houses and housing solutions in Barbados. Before, they were only aware of a certain set, but a lot of people stepped forward. There's a youngster from my constituency, I don't want to call his name, but he constructed a house for another constituent. And when I went into the house and I saw the work that he did and he finishes, I said to him, man, this is amazing. He said, Mr. Abrams, I have a point to prove. I have now been given a chance to do work for the government. I may not make a lot on this house, but I will now show the level of my workmanship. So if they want a contractor to work with them and to build, they know what I am capable of. If you check through my social media, right, you will see at a post a couple years ago, I'm standing at the house and they named the contractor, right? But I'm not going to name him here. But the work was of an exceedingly high standard. And it's not just him. Across the country, we discovered a lot of people who had real talent. Groups of persons got together to repair and rebuild houses, right? And I am glad because it has now expanded the pool. It has now expanded the pool of skilled persons in Barbados that we can draw on, A, in a case of emergency, and B, in the normal course of business of the UDC, RDC, and the new Rural and Urban Development Commission. The very last point, Madam Deputy Speaker, is I want to take this opportunity now that we are amalgamating the two entities to also thank the Barbadians who stepped up in the aftermath of the disasters to lend assistance to their neighbors. Persons put aside thoughts of money, persons put aside thoughts of gain. Persons came out in full force to help those less fortunate to repair their house, get them back on their feet. Some Barbadians took in their neighbors until they were able to find something else. So a different approach has come out of the disaster. We've regained some of our humanity. We regain some of our community spirit. We regain some of our neighborliness. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I hope that with the new amalgamated Rural and Urban Development Commission, as was indicated by the Honourable Member for St. Michael East, that we don't make a big company and forget the ethos that informed the creation of the smaller company, or of the smaller institutions. And that what we just do simply here, is we come out with a more efficient, a more administratively proper, a company more able to deal with economies of scale, that the amalgamated company can provide the same and a better service at a better price to a wider range of persons than before. So having said all of that, Madam Deputy Speaker, I wish to completely support the amalgamation of the two entities and this bill, and I thank you.
Honourable Member for St. Joseph.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I don't propose to engage the chamber for too long. Really, the purpose of my speech is more to set a somewhat historical context and to reflect on my own experiences with, in particular, the Urban Development Commission. The important thing, though, that we have to recognize, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that, and they've said it countless times, the only constant is change. We've had the experience of having an Urban Development Commission since 1997 and a Rural Development Commission since 1996. So we are now on the cusp of 3 decades of having these agencies work for us. We've seen areas in which they've excelled. We've also seen areas in which better could be done. We recognize that given the demands of a modern Barbados, it is important that we provide a better service to those constituents who require these kinds of services. And it would have been foolish, therefore, for us to expect that 2 disparate entities providing more or less the same functions, in fact, I dare to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, providing exactly the same functions, where the only separation between the 2 is a line running from the south of Barbados and coming around to part of I guess, St. Michael, capturing what we call the Greater Urban Corridor and saying any place to the east of that belongs to the RDC, and any place to the west of that belongs to the UDC. That line, Madam Deputy Speaker, is so artificial that any relevance in terms of concept or perspective is lost on a modern Barbados and is largely anachronistic. It makes absolutely no sense, Madam Deputy Speaker, for the left side of the road to be serviced by one commission receiving a particular level of service, while when you look over the street, look over the road, look over the highway, you see another set of state operatives doing exactly the same function, though perhaps to a lesser degree. In fact, Mr. Speaker, if you listen to some voices, there are those who would say that the recipients of the benefits of the Rural Development Commission are not as well served as the recipients of the Urban Development Commission. I am not going to highlight any deficiency during the course of this speech, but perhaps it is a justifiable criticism. But the point is, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that we have drawn an artificial line across Barbados and said, this set of public servants will deal with you, and another set will deal with me. There is really no logic that would attend the perpetuation of that narrow geographical construct. There's none. In fact, Madam Deputy Speaker, the line which separates the scope of the UDC from the scope of the RDC was really rather arbitrarily drawn. And if you stood in the middle of one of those roads, you could detect no significant difference between the residents who live on the left of the road or the residents who lived on the right. We have tried, Madam Deputy Speaker, to rationalize how government works. How government works. Part of that we've been able to do administratively. Parts of that we've had to do legislatively. For example, we've looked at the markets and we passed legislation to deal with how our market should function. We've done the same thing with fisheries. All across Barbados, Madam Deputy Speaker, where an opportunity has arisen to rationalize the operation of government activity in a way that it would redound to the benefit of the people to be served, we have taken that step and taken it boldly. Madam Deputy Speaker, I do not, and one of the people who spoke earlier, one of the members who spoke earlier, spoke about National Assistance Board houses and welfare houses. When the Rural Development Commission was established, it was established in the context that there was no satisfactory arrangement within the construct of government to address some of the housing issues of individuals who, it could not be contested, needed better housing, but for one reason or another, either would not or could not get a welfare house. I well remember, coming from St. George as I did, seeing welfare houses being put up for elderly individuals. It was a process that was long and drawn out. It was long and drawn out because it was mired in the operation of the public service. And the first thing that had to be done was that we needed to put a nimble organization, or an organization that could demonstrate nimbleness, make decisions quickly, give out contracts, and address those kinds of housing needs in short order. But the fact is, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that the individual who would ordinarily benefit from a welfare house was not necessarily the same person who would benefit from a house from the RDC or from the UDC. Certainly in your constituency and in mine, as they're bottom bound, we know individuals who are not necessarily welfare cases, but who are, because of their circumstances, are unable to address their own housing need. And so they live in residences that probably do not deserve to use all the letters of that word, because they really couldn't call them residences. And the RDC, when it was set up, as I said, the RDC came first, then the UDC. It was to be able to provide for a set of people who were not being catered to by the system. And in the almost 30 years that these institutions have been with us, they have, by and large, worked well to satisfy those needs. But both of these agencies also did something that was not present in any other part of government. Because we recognized back in the early 90s that development rang hollow if you only considered the question of, does this person have a roof over their head? A vital part of the work of the UDC and the RDC was that they were there to also stimulate economic activity and allow individuals to be able to pull themselves up from their bootstraps. There are a number of individuals in my own constituency, Madam Deputy Speaker, who operated what I suppose in an earlier generation you would call cook shops. Now we call them restaurants and bars. And I know some of those individuals who went to the RDC and said, listen, I can no longer handle my clientele with this 4 burner gas stove I got, this little small oven. And they were able to obtain loans from the RDC and from the UDC to be able to make investments in their small businesses. And I can say to you, Madam Deputy Speaker, those people repaid the loans and those businesses have thrived. I've seen them with my own eyes. And I like to think, Madam Deputy Speaker, that I was there in the beginning because I have the honor of having been the first chairman of the Urban Development Commission. And I remember, Madam Deputy Speaker, that when we started the loan program, and I hope nobody laughs because it's not funny. The smallest loan that the UDC gave in those early days was for $52. $52. The records will show that the UDC, under my chairmanship, gave a loan for $52 so that a lady could make an investment and buy sweeties to be able to sell. She paid back every cent. So the economic activity ran the gamut from the very small to individuals who had more impressive businesses. But in every case, Mr. Speaker, those individuals had no place else to go. They couldn't go to a commercial bank. They couldn't go to a credit union. They couldn't go to any other lending institution. Now we have the trust loans. We didn't have it then. And those individuals approached both the RDC and the UDC and were able to get loans, concessionary loans, that were to be used and were in fact used for them to do their small businesses. Individuals bought small vans to be able to do freighting. No big loans. But it was the kind of incentive and opportunity that those individuals needed at that time. And these two agencies made a big difference in the lives of many Barbadians. But what is the context, Madam Deputy Speaker? In 1996, the still new OINAFA administration passed a piece of legislation called the Special Development Areas Act. It came into force in March of 1996. And the Special Development Areas Act was a piece of legislation that was intended to bring significant commercial activity to certain areas of Barbados, and I can list them for you. The Carlisle Bay Redevelopment Area, Spikeston in the parish of St. Peter, St. Lawrence Gap in the parish of Christchurch, the conservation area defined in the Soil Conservation Act. And the purpose of that legislation, Madam Deputy Speaker, was to provide an incentive scheme for individuals who wanted to make investments in certain kinds of activities: hotels and conference centers, residential complexes, commercial or industrial businesses, including office complexes, other facilities directed towards the improvement or expansion of services to the tourism sector, water-based activities, tourism projects, arts and cultural investments, and agricultural-based activities. And if you were doing any of these kinds of activities in any of those areas, you were able to get exemptions from various taxes and duties and so on. We passed that law in early 1996, and it came into force in March of 1996. But recognize, Madam Deputy Speaker, who this target audience would have been. This target audience would have been for those people who had access to large amounts of capital and who were going to be able to do projects of a significant kind for their own benefit. No doubt Barbados would have benefited. These enterprises would have employed Barbadians and so on, yes. So this was an incentive scheme that was justified, the Special Development Areas Act. But it was obvious to the still new ONAFA administration that with all that we wanted to do for big business, if we did not carry along the small people in Barbados, then we would have perpetuated a country which had classes of the haves and the have-nots. We would have put housing and all kinds of fancy projects in the Carolina Bay area, but across the road, you would have had people like you and me living in squalor. So the administration at the time, I was chairman of National Housing Corporation, but National Housing Corporation was not intended to deal with this kind of housing either. So at the time, I think it is fair to say that we recognized that we were making opportunities for our people to do major developments, but we could not justify it in a modern society if we did not take the steps to make sure that developments at a grassroots level could also take place. And so we had the Rural Development Commission Act, which came into force in March of 1986. I misled the chamber earlier. And then you had the UDC Act, which came into force in 1997. So we were able, through these three pieces of legislation, to target different markets, different sets of Barbadians, different sets of people to do different sets of things. Now, there are some sections in those pieces of legislation, the RDC Act and the UDC Act, which we never acted on them. Those sections dealt with development schemes, and at the time when we were looking at it, we said that the RDC and the UDC would be able to go into an area and say, listen, this area needs to be rejuvenated. And certain things could have been done in law which would have allowed them to move around houses, put in roads, put in new houses, and gentrify areas. And there were some areas that I think were intended for that kind of intervention. Certainly the RDC, the UDC had in mind places like Cat's Castle and some other areas outside of Bridgetown. But we never acted on those things. We never acted on the statutory powers that gave the RDC and the UDC the opportunity to do those things. Under the RDC and the UDC Act, those agencies were able to do their own compulsory acquisitions. But we never did that either. All the acquisitions continued to be done, if any, under the Land Acquisition Act by the state. I'm very happy to see, Madam Deputy Speaker, that even though RDC and UDC, as they then were, never activated those sections of their constating legislation, notwithstanding that, those provisions find themselves still in the new act because there may well be a good need for that kind of intervention. The Commission is able to do what are called redevelopment schemes. And that redevelopment scheme would essentially redevelop an area, lay it out afresh, determine the number and nature of houses to be provided by the Commission, how many houses will be constructed per area, per acre. It dealt with the demolition of existing houses and things of that sort. I'm saying that we always had those powers in the original act, but we never used them. But perhaps the time has come, and there might have been good reason why we never used them, because the agencies as they were established then simply never had the capacity to do it. And there's a significant amount of illogic about the RDC being able to do acquisitions and redevelopment schemes in urban Barbados, in rural Barbados, using one set of skills, one set of human power, which you can hardly find these days, to tell the truth, and the UDC trying to do the same thing on the other side. It's almost like if they compete against each other. It is not good for Barbados to develop in that kind of piecemeal way if we have an alternative. And the alternative we present to this chamber, we present to the people of Barbados today. We present a Rural and Urban Development Commission, a single body corporate, a single statutory corporation that will have under its statutory purview the whole of Barbados. Think about that. The whole of Barbados. This administration, in everything that we have done since coming to power in 2018, have focused on developing the whole of Barbados. One of our early mantras used to be, where no one is left behind. And by taking this step, we get rid of that artificial line between rural Barbados and urban Barbados, because there are some parts of rural Barbados that look as urban as parts of urban Barbados, and there are some parts of urban and peri-urban Barbados that look distinctly rural. It is, again, I come back to the point, it is an artificial construct. It made sense then, it does not make sense now. So this new agency, and the Minister for Christchurch West has, the MP for Christchurch West has spoken about the HR matters and how we deal with the staff, because obviously you're going to have, you have a general manager for each corporation, you have a deputy general manager for each corporation, you have accounting staff, you have this, you have the next thing. There's some things that obviously have to be addressed in this new body, but we have engaged completely. We've put all of our cards on the table as far as the workers' union and the NUPW are concerned. We've spoken to them candidly. We've opened our palms, let them see exactly what we're doing. They've had ample opportunity. I think they had about 6 months to review this legislation. About 6 months to review it. We said, this is what we intend to do. We had made the announcement long ago, started working on the act, and I think that what we have today is an opportunity to take fresh guard, and see how we can look afresh, anew, with new and unjaundiced eyes at developing our country, our small country as a whole. I wish this venture every success. As I said, in some ways, I was there in the beginning. We now have a new beginning, but this new beginning is intended to deliver the same kinds of services that we've delivered since the early 1990s. Only this time, Madam Deputy Speaker, we are committed to delivering them better. I'm obliged to you.
Member for Christchurch West.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. First, let me commend and thank every person who contributed to this debate. We certainly had a very robust debate covering many aspects of the amalgamation, of obviously the work that both of the commissions have done over the years to the benefit of the people of Barbados. There are a couple things that I wanted to clear up as the directors and change manager asked me. The first thing is those people who choose to leave, who choose to separate from the commissions, either one, they'll be given a voluntary separation package. It is not, as the member for Christchurch South was trying to suggest, that it's severance. So state-owned enterprises don't get severance, but it's a voluntary separation package, and I wanted to make that lucidly clear as to what they would be offered. Those who decide, for whatever reason, early, close to retirement, decide to change path of their career, whatever it may be, there will be a voluntary separation package and not a severance. The other thing that I wanted to clear up apart from that is it has to go to design of houses. And let me be clear, when people rented land and put their houses on that land, those houses were built and designed to be movable. And that's why we call them chattel, because they're movable houses. But what has happened over time and why designs have changed, and don't get me wrong, not that I don't like the appearance and the ambience and the heritage of a chattel house, which is generally a house on blocks or on stones. But what has happened over time, as people, rather than renting land, which meant that your landlord could come and say at any time, move your house, we have now owned the land. And by owning the land, it meant that the design of the house changed to reflect the fact that you owned the land. So what happened then, and what's happened in construction in Barbados, even for small houses, is because people own the land, they built a better foundation. That's number one. And then by building a better foundation, the house is not designed to be movable. The house is designed to be permanent, to fit on that foundation. So what has happened because of that, that design of the houses has changed. Not that we don't like the appearance of the chattel house with the jalousies and the gable roof with the vent at the top to keep it cool. And essentially, I do like the vent at the top in the middle of the gable. And I think that is something that maybe the modern designs could go back to. And the high gradient for the gable as well, because that is proven to be better and more hurricane resilient. So there's some aspects that, yes, we should reincorporate, but understand that we're designing a different house. A permanent house, which is a house designed to stay on a lot rather than a chattel house. Okay, so those are some of the important things. The member for St. George South adequately spoke about how we are going to develop the urban areas, all the various lots that he identified, and we are going, and whether we like it or not, as we develop the country, we're going to have to understand that we cannot always do single dwellings, that we have to also consider going up, because we have to increase density, so you're going to have four-story buildings in some areas. You're going to have what we're now bringing in, a lot of duplexes. We didn't have that before. What we call quadplex or hexplexes, all of those things, because Barbados must improve. Barbados must develop. Yes, I know that some people like to look and say, we want to keep it quaint and it must look the same way that it did 40 years ago. But I am saying, no. Our people deserve better. Our people deserve an opportunity to get better and to have better. So yes, there are areas that will have the quaint look and so on, but it does not stop us from developing for the rest of the country. And that's what we have to do. So as much as nostalgia has its place, Barbados must develop, because our people must be given the best each and every time. There's nothing too good for a Barbadian. And I will go to my grave saying that, because we strive to make lives of every single Barbadian better. And with those few words, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm obliged to, I'm begged to move that this bill do my read a second time. Thank you.
Question. The question is, honorable members, that this bill be now read the second time. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I bet move that you do not leave the chair and the House be resolved itself into committee for further consideration of this bill.
The question is that I do now leave the chair and this House resolves itself in committee on the bill. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it.
This Honourable House is now in committee.
Mr. Chairman, may we take the bill in parts?
Yes, sir.
Part 1, clauses 1 through 3.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that clause 1 to 3 stand part.
Better second.
The question is that Part 1, clauses 1 through 3 stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 2, clauses 4 to 20.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that Part 2, clauses 4 to 20 stand part.
Better second that.
The question is that Part 2, clauses 4 through 20 stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 3, clauses 21 to 34.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that Part 3, clauses 21 and 34 stand part.
Better second that.
Question is that Part 3, clauses 21 to 34 stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 4, clauses 38 to 37.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that Part 4, clauses 35 to 37 stand part.
Better second that.
The question is that Part 4, clauses 35 to 37 stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 5, clauses 38 to 42.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that Part 5, clauses 38 to 42 stand part.
Better second that.
The question is that Part 5, clauses 38 to 42 stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
The first schedule,
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that first schedule be the schedule to the bill.
Question is that the first schedule be the first schedule to the bill. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
second schedule,
Mr. Chair, I beg to move the second schedule be the second schedule to the bill.
Better second that.
The question is that the second schedule be the second schedule to the bill. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. Chair, thank you, and I beg to move that you do not report to Her Honor the Deputy Speaker the passage of one bill in committee without amendment.
Better second that.
The question is that I do not report to Her Honor the Deputy Speaker the passing of one bill in committee without amendments. All members in favor, please say aye. Any members against, you say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Honorable members, the chairman has reported to me the passing of one bill in committee.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that this bill be now passed and cited as the rural and urban. I beg to move that this pass be read a third time.
Better second that.
Question is that this bill be read the third time. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it.
I beg to move, Madam Chair, that this bill be now passed and cited as the Rural and Urban Development Commission Bill of 2025.
Better second that.
Question is that this bill be now passed and cited as and be so cited. All those in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This bill is now passed.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that we do take a break and therefore that the proceedings of the chamber be suspended until 8:30.
The question is that this honorable chamber now take a break and resume at 8:20 p.m. 8:30 p.m. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. They think the ayes have it. This chamber is now suspended until 8:30 p.m.
You have to minute the file.